Good morning, everybody. We're going to be quiet down for just a minute. I just have a couple of announcements. First off, I'm Melanie Riska. I'm the Education Chair for MAMC. Welcome. We're so glad to have you here. If you did not sign in and get your name tag, please do so now, back out in the lobby. If you are in the room and you did not register and you do not have a name tag, we're going to have to talk. So who wants to fess up to that? No. Okay. We are going to get started in just a few minutes. I just wanted to remind you there's coffee out in the lobby area, muffins, and then if you, like I said, if you haven't signed in, make sure you go sign in and get your name tag. And also, because any name tags that are left out there, well, we know that they didn't show. So also when you first walked in, there's a table that's for our mini silent auction. Take some time to go look at some of the awesome things that we have there. You'll be able to bid on any of the items, and the bidding will close at 3:10 promptly today, and then we will call the winners immediately and then move on with the rest of our segment. Okay, so it'll just be a few more minutes, and then the president will open the meeting.
Off the board yet, I'm gonna name tag. Oh, yeah, so much. I know how. I know Carly and I talked about it because I thought should I do first? It came out and then I think I did. It was just so easy and that was it. So great. And you didn't pay, so invoice, right? Yeah. I'll just go watch it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I really didn't believe on it earlier than I yeah. You know, gotta figure that out on tap. You know, it depends on what you. I mean, we did it for a long time ago. I remember in-depth process. Yeah. Well, no, I was definitely can't do so much. No, I mean, it really didn't change any of our process. It might have changed the number, just the number, but I didn't have to redraw lines. Right. Being mapped. I don't need it. Yes. We might not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, it's
If you all can be patient for 5 minutes, we have to do a new link for those persons that are coming on electronically. So we have 4.5 minutes to continue talking.
Every time I walk in somewhere, a lot of yeah. I went to one of our schools hillside in Nashville. Yeah, well, yes, they like where I live, we have started school, so I wasn't looking at the mindset like they're already there, like people are already there. So thankfully, I told them I've gone all of that, so gosh, I can't have it in my car. Yes. Yeah. And there's legislation out there to hire Yeah, we're talking. Yes, I think we cut value. I know it's been trend that way. We have a policy. Still doesn't. And I mean, it's more expensive to run a box. All that else. So, we're talking a very interesting conversation.
All right, time's up. Good morning. I want to welcome you all here and just make a couple of announcements. Good morning. That's your clue to end your conversation. Thank you. If you have someone in your office or someone in your locality that you know is watching remotely today, we had to send a new link. So send them a quick text that says check. It went by email, check for your new link, okay? Other just housekeeping announcements before we start. I realize that everyone is busy, and I realize that you may get a call because a lot of offices are empty today because everybody's here because we have some really important things to learn. If you have a call, I am going to ask you to please leave the room. First of all, silence your phones, and secondly, if you want or need to have a conversation, please leave the room. Out of respect for others that are here, it may be important to you, it's not important to them, okay? So and restrooms, if you haven't found them, when you come up the stairs or off the elevator, you came right into this room, go left to the restrooms. And we are going to try to get through our board meeting, our annual meeting, so that there'll be a break. There's not one scheduled. If you look at the agenda, don't panic. We wanted to be fluid about when the break would be, but we're planning on having a break before we do the panel on the MAMC board. Okay? So I'd like to call this meeting to order, and if you will all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. I will entertain a motion. Or, okay. If you, Kukowski, motion, Secret, support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call is suspended. You received at your table the June 2nd, 2001 annual meeting minutes. I apologize for not getting it sent out to you. We were already flooding your mailbox. So if, I will entertain, well, Lisa, where's Lisa? She's at the table working. Our secretary is at the table. But if I would entertain a motion. Leanne Scott and Jackie Boudry. I'm gonna write these down because Lisa's not in here. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. My report's relatively brief. We put important dates on the bottom of the agenda. Please take it home and put it on your calendar. Because we hope that you will join us for every educational opportunity that MANC offers. That is the soul of what our organization is about, is education of our clerks. And secondly, about legislative issues and lobbying for legislative changes that we as an organization need to do our job as best as possible. The other thing, we were invited to have an advisory seat, which is all via email or electronic, on the U.S. Election Assistance Commission for local input. So the state had one clerk, municipal clerk, and one county clerk, and the board nominated me to fill that role, so I will be doing that, and I'm very appreciative and grateful of that honor. And I'll do a Fraser's report now, Leanne.
Do you think it's difficult to hear and writing?
Yes, ma'am. I've never been known to be.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is my first year on the board and as treasurer, so I'm going to, can you hear me? That's better. Okay, so we started off the year with a little over $187,500. Our deposits and credits are $110,337. The withdrawals were $233,498. Now, remember that we did have a wonderful year last year, right, with COVID, so a lot of things were canceled. So memberships and whatnot that were paid the year before, or dues for institute and all of that, were received last year's revenue and then expensed this year. So if you don't see the higher numbers coming in on revenue, that's why. So our end balance, our total funds are $97,186.38, and that's where we're moving forward with right now. So if somebody would like to move the treasurer's report, make a motion for that.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. To accept the treasurer's report. Those opposed? Motion carried. I did forget one thing. I'm going to ask for a moment of silence. One of our own died this week. Jennifer Stevenson, who is the elections director, she was supposed to be with us today, for the city of Montague. She was a 38-year-old mother, musician. She was hit by a driver who ran a stop sign in T-Bone for Monday morning. She was taking her daughter to school, and her daughter is also in the hospital in serious condition. Her mother was the city clerk in Montague, Melinda O'Connell. Some of you may know her mother. But if we could have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Ways and Means, Committee report, Michael?
Hello, everybody. Michael Seegers, I am the Director for Ways and Means. Thank you all for being here. The board, I have a kind of a brief, we're going to go over bylaws, proposed bylaws amendments. I have a brief writing or memo that we submitted to membership July 26th. I'm just going to read through that quickly, and then we'll go through the bylaws amendments. Dear member, the Board of Directors for the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks voted to approve for recommendation the attached bylaw amendments on July 22nd, 2021. We are providing written notice of the proposed amendments in accordance with Article 12 of the bylaws. At the annual board meeting in June, President Clark identified challenges with the current process for establishing qualifications to serve as president of the MAMC. Due to increased turnover in the field, it was recommended that we amend the bylaws to streamline the detailed requirements for, quote, moving through the chairs in the organization. Simplification was recommended in that the requirement for the second and third vice president positions no longer have established duties. Instead, individuals in these positions would be allowed to perform any director position established in the bylaws. As a result, the duties that were exclusively reserved for second and third vice chairs, or second and third president, vice president, have been established as standalone directorships. This allows directors to pursue the president role without being required to follow an exhaustively detailed process, and should help with recruitment and retention of board members. Additionally, the proposed amendments establish consistent grammatical formatting, allow for permissive scheduling deemed necessary, especially after last year's COVID restrictions that caused us to change our timeline for the annual conference. And actually, that was the least of everything we had adjusted. Update terminology based on existing standing rules and practices, and allow for the specific tasks of chairing the legislative committee and overseeing internal communications to be exercised by generic director position. Other director position duties have been refined to conform to current practice. This is the largest proposed amendment to the bylaws to date, and is our first wholesale attempt at house cleaning since their adoption in 2008.
I want to add that one of the concerns in discussing with people, encouraging them to get in the track to take a leadership position in MAMC is not everybody is madly in love with technology, and to have to do like third vice's responsibilities under the existing bylaws is you're responsible for Facebook and for the webpage and that kind of thing. Or if you don't live, or your passion is not legislation, which is second vice's current job is to chair legislative committee, then people don't want to get in the track because they don't want to do those specific tasks. So this still lets us have the commitment of time so that you learn everything, third vice, second vice, first vice president, but it allows a variety of people. So third vice might be a dual role, for example, with the treasurer. If the treasurer wants to go through the chairs and become president, it doesn't tie us, those committees, to a specific process. So I hope that makes sense to you. The red line was sent to you, and that's what we're going to show. If this all gets approved, you'll have
a final new copy on the webpage soon.
Yeah, so if you want to go through, page 2 is a minor change. We have a code of ethics and conduct, not a code of professional ethics and conduct, and so we're just going to make sure that that is consistent with our standing rules. You got it. Sorry. Yep.
I'm gonna try and keep up here, so.
Melanie, you're doing great. So section 8, there in our little table of contents, we are removing the word professional. We're not taking away the professionalism, just the specific language. All right, and that's the only modification proposed to the table of contents, and we will get into detail about that as we go through. There's no change to Article 1, Article 2, until you get to Article 3, we have Section 8, is our first red line there is where you see the Code of Ethics and Conduct recommendation. Again, in that next paragraph, you see it's going to be the Code of Ethics and Conduct. And then on the third paragraph there, Code of Ethics and Conduct. To make it consistent with our standing rule 47, not an overly controversial change. Article 4 from the Board of Directors. This modification to the language, increasing, adding the language 9 additional directorships that's just what's required to make the change for the first and second place president roles to be standing directors.
You said 9, but it shows 8 or 6.
Okay, so the modification, so what we have right now is not the final version. This was, when we sent them out, part of the reason we sent them out to the general membership is for you to read them over. And thankfully enough, Pam from Farmington Hills counted the directorships and realized that when we were making the first proposed amendments, we did not modify the correct number of directors. So that was added by one of the general membership between our mailing it out to everybody in July and then what we would be approving today. So it's kind of a clerical fix-up, and there's 2 of them. So thank you for bringing that up. If we want to go through, we can individually count each directorship to ensure the panel is correct. I assure you I did, and the appropriate number is 59 as opposed to 8 additional directors. But thank you for that. So section number 4, when we go down, there are, the next page, as we had amended the bylaws over a series of years, and you'll see at the end how many times we amended the bylaws. Sometimes we use the word first, sometimes we use the abbreviation for first, and sometimes, and so we use 3 different formats, and so, go ahead. Yeah. We'll go back 1 page.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. It's not really
Okay, so we're going to strike Pam's recommended modification of the previous section. And we're going to go with what was presented to the membership. Beautiful.
In case you didn't hear, the past president, I think Pam was counting the past president, who is not a director. So they're still on the board and they're a voting member of the board. They are not a director. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
This is why we don't need modifications.
Okay. All right. We move down then to Section 4, so this is a pretty generic one. If we're going to use the word first, I just want to use the word first throughout the entire thing and not try to switch formats. So that's that recommended change. And I won't go over each and every one of those. As you get down to president, we decided to update some language there. Okay. The first vice president there. We removed gendered language there. Under second vice president, you start to see the guidelining of the change. The second vice president, instead of them being the chair of the legislative committee and a voting member on CEO, we're striking that. Second vice president shall be appointed to a direct position by the president, and that's not overly controversial because the bylaws indicate that the president appoints all of the directorships and the committee chairs, and that's in section 6 above. The third vice president is striking a specific requirement that they be an internal communications chair, essentially a director. All of those specific tasks have been removed. Third vice president shall be appointed to a direct position by the president. And then directly underneath, you have the addition of that language plus a better description of what the legislative director would do, taken from the standing rules. And that language is proposed here. This director shall serve as chair of the legislative committee and be a voting member of the CEO. That's a direct language. This director shall work in conjunction with the appointed lobbyist. This director may testify before the legislature based on determinations of the committee. This director shall regularly inform the board of directors of positions on bills, including notification prior to testifying to the FWC. And then for internal communications, which is what we labeled all of what the third vice president used to do. This director shall serve as chair of the publications committee, serve as coordinator, editor of the Michigan Association of Clerks newsletter, shall be responsible for the distribution and publication of the newsletter at least quarterly. The director shall be responsible for all other publications of the association, such as flyers, promotional material, etc. This director is also responsible for updating and maintaining the Michigan Association of Clerks website and social media. This director shall be responsible for media public relations of the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks and shall forward all appropriate documents for publication in the association's newsletter. That last line is a role that is being taken from the Director of Ways and Means. I was able to pawn that off on Stephanie, but it was consistent with kind of her role in that position role in communications was the idea. Here, we changed our professional certification designation from the CMMC to the MIPMC, and so we just now made sure that we codified that in our, put that into our bylaws. That's the recommended change there. As we get down to, there's that Ways and Means, right? There's a little on-off to the other directorship of that role. And removing public relations from the Ways and Means Committee chair. Under Director of the Education Committee, we updated the language. It was extremely detailed, yet not practical. It's not something that we currently do, so we removed that language. The board recommended removing that language, knowing that we would still work with the IAMC and we continue to provide educational and coordinate educational programming for municipal clerks. Also, the state election accreditation committee may not be currently in operation. I think it was one of the discussions that the board had at the time. So we removed that language. Director, education committee. So as you move down, then the next one was secretary. We updated the language here to make it consistent with changes to technology. Things have moved electronically. So we can have electronic minutes, and as I'm sure many of you are aware, under state law, synopsises can be on your website, and you can just put in the legal notice that you've got it on the website. Our synopsis of minutes is going to be on the website. That's kind of just updating up to the 21st century there with regard to how the secretary does the minutes. And we eliminated, oh, before we keep going, there's one last thing. We're no longer, right there, you're good. The secretary shall be responsible to order and distribute the association stationery. We don't have stationery, so we just gotta. There's a couple things in here, it happens, it's, they're a couple decades old. And as you go down here, this gets into the qualifications when we're in section 8. This is kind of what the expectations are of board members. We modified the process for asking to be excused from a board meeting. We removed the requirement that the request to be absent be in writing. And we removed the 24-hour requirement in case something happens from an emergency standpoint. So we go from kind of 3 rules to meet the criteria of an excuse to 2 rules. I don't know if that's overly controversial. I appreciate that, having 2 kids. Section 10, we're getting back to that consistency in how we label the directorships and the presidency positions. Section 11, we are going to, and I don't have it here, but under section 11, election of directors, elections shall be the responsibility of, and it says here, the past president's committee. We actually removed that committee. That committee doesn't exist, and so it's the nominating committee. That's one modification that we have. And then right now, the past president's committee is basically just Chris Swope. And then under elections shall take place, we put annually as opposed to the June conference because we had to make an emergency switch last year, obviously. And so, and then our conference was held jointly with IIMC. So because of COVID, we thought this is a great time to remove some unnecessary specificity in the bylaws that really will tie us down to some kind of inconsequential calendar landmarks. No other changes are recommended. Nothing for Article 5. Nothing for Article 6. Now we're going to get into Article 7. That committee, right? Chris is still going to participate, but that past president's committee is then removed. And there's that nominating committee right there we talked about earlier. That's already in the bylaws. That's the recommended change there. Article 9, no change. Article 10, no change. Article 11, no change. Article 12, amendments, no change. Severability. Article 13, there is no change. There's the old clerk of Canton Township. She was treasurer when they created these bylaws. And then at the bottom, there's a summary. These are all the summaries of the amendments over the years. See, all kind of minor things. And then you get to our proposed red line summary, which is a little bit more, don't be wordy, but formatting, grammatical changes, articles, so this is all of the description of what I kind of went over today. Eliminating specific requirements for the second and third vice chairs, create 2 additional directors to cover the duties, legislative and internal communications, updating the name of the professional certification program, remove public relations and media from Ways and Means, specific tasks for education committee, and updating secretary duties to conform with updated procedure, the excused absence process, removing June as set month for conference, and then Article 7, eliminating past president's committee, and that would be September 1, 2021. If this is approved today, that is today's date. Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Does anyone have questions? As you can see, a lot of it was housekeeping, things that needed to happen. The meat of what we are changing is that mandated second vice and third vice roles so that we have flexibility for our members in order to get into this track. So do I have any questions or comments about the proposed bylaw changes? Michael, would you like to make a motion? Is there support? Support by Lewinsky. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. You all just want to make sure you get a break. Tina, if you could do a membership report, please.
Good morning, I have a short, sweet report of you. Can you hear me okay? Okay, good. MAMC has 830 active members, 19 of which are life members, 16 honorary, 5 associate, which gives us 870 members total for 2021, and that's an increase of 34 members just from last month. That's my report.
Thank you, Tina. Conference, Holly. She's our party coordinator. She makes conference so much fun.
Okay, so how great is it to see everybody in person?
Yes. That's so awesome. I'm so excited to see everybody's face today.
So I'd like to introduce our new conference vice chair, Ms. Rebecca Johnson. She's standing. Briefly, our 2022 conference will be at the Grand Traverse Resort in Acme, Michigan, up by Traverse City. That will be from June 13th through the 17th. We have Clerking 101, June 13th and 14th, and Masterclass on June 14th. Our tagline this year is Clerks standing together for a stronger Michigan. Don't you just get goosebumps? Like, so we're going to be all about unity this year. Just keeping together and working together and trying to coordinate with everything going on, so that we're standing together. And I think that'll be really important going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. When we were at our board retreat and I announced that I basically had a concept of we are one, I have testified or met with policy committees over 20 times since February, dealing with the legislation that's hanging out there, and we'll talk about that more, Jackie and I will later. But I kept trying to emphasize to the legislators, the representatives and the senators, that we are a very widely varied organization. We have many clerks that have one precinct. We have clerks that have over 70 precincts. And not everything fits everybody. And so as they made these proposed changes, I was asking them to please take into consideration that while we are all different, elected, appointed, Dem, Republican, Independent, city, township, we all have one common goal, and that is to protect and advance the right to vote of our citizens. And so I kept saying this over and over and over in committee, and how important it is to protect our democracy, that I decided that has to be this year, with all of the things and all of how we were all thrown into question and our integrity was questioned last year, and still spilling into this year, that we had to come together and defend each other and support each other. So that's the history behind our theme for this year, because I do truly believe we all have the right thing motivating us in the right heart. So I thank you all for your work that you do. It's been just a really tough 18 months, all of the things that we've had to face, but we have done it. You have pulled together, and We are super proud of our profession, and we're really proud of all of the clerks that make up MAMC. Education, Melanie.
So good morning again, everybody. We're so excited, just like Holly said, it's great to see everybody in person. We had Institute a few months ago. Was it a few months ago already? And it was amazing. It was amazing to see clerks, getting together and networking. And it's just nice to be back in person as long as we're all staying safe and so on. So just to kind of go over, well, first, Rochelle Enbody is the Education Vice Chair. Rochelle's at the front table right now at sign-in. Oh, she's right here. Can you stand up, Rochelle? This is Rochelle Enbody. She's our Vice Chair. Rochelle has been amazing. These education events, let me tell you, are not an easy task. So without the support of the board and the vice chair, as well as GCSI, Tara and Taylor, there's no way that we'd be able to pull this off. So we appreciate all your patience with, signing up for this event. We had our old website. We had a lot of glitches with that, and we had to kind of lay down some ground rules about registrations and stuff. We do have a new website. And there's still some glitches with that too, but we're working through them and it's going to be amazing. So we appreciate your patience with the registration process for this event. We are live streamed, so hello to everybody who is watching on live stream. The board decided to live stream this free education day because the topic this afternoon is so important, which is redistricting. We're going to be talking a lot about redistricting. So it was really important for us to be able to reach out to the members, even if they couldn't be here because we had a limited registration for in person. Okay, so to mark your calendars moving forward, Master Academy. Last year we had to push a lot of institutes, we had to push masters, we had to push everything. So this year, Master Academy is November 30th, December 1st, December 2nd. It is in Mount Pleasant. We are finalizing the agenda and the speakers for that. Registration will be coming out soon. I don't have an exact date, but we are working on an easy way to register and pay online through our new website. So just keep your ears open for that. We're gonna have a lot of really good sessions. Institute for next year. Who went to Institute this year in the room? That's a lot of people. We have a lot of newer clerks that are going through Institute. And I have to tell you, the 2 weeks, we have 2 separate weeks of Institute right now because we have so many people coming through the program. It was phenomenal. It was just fantastic. They were such good groups and we got such positive feedback from all the attendees and stuff from looking at the reviews. So and next year's Institute, again, we're going to have 2 weeks of it. We had an inquiry as to whether or not we could do back-to-back weeks, right? And we are not going to do that kind of consolidated version that some people want. It's a 3-year program, so you go to one of the weeks every year. And then once the number of people kind of goes down and we reach all the clerks, the board may decide to go back to just 1 week every year. But we had we don't want to turn anybody away. We had so much interest in Institute, which is why those of you who remember Master used to be the week after Institute. We had to move Master Academy to accommodate the 2 separate weeks in Institute. In any case, I know I'm rambling. So Institute next week, you can select one of 2 weeks, March 13th through 18th, 2022, or March 20th through 25th, 2022. Mark your calendars for that. Conference next year, we're happy to report we actually will have a conference. Well, God willing, right? But conference is scheduled, as Holly had mentioned, June 14th through 17th. We will have a master class on, it says on here June 13th, but I think it's gonna be June 14th on the Tuesday. And then Clerking 101 is actually June 13th and 14th, as Holly had indicated. And that is our Clerking 101 boot camp. Tomorrow, there is a one-day Clerking 101 session. It was a separate registration. We weren't able to get a two-day boot camp, but the two-day boot camp is really, really helpful because it just gives you enough time to delve into the topics at length. Outside of that, does anybody have any education questions? Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here, and we look forward to seeing you at future events.
Thank you very much, Melanie. You do have to be fluid. You already know that. As a clerk, you have to be fluid in your role with the stuff as it comes through the front door. That's kind of how your board has operated this last year, and it's been especially difficult for education. And having been your education chair for a number of years, I know how stressful and painful it was for Melanie last year. And my apologies, I should have introduced the whole board. You've got bits and pieces of it, but I'm gonna start at the beginning. And if your board member, if you would please stand. Adam Witt is our first vice president. And Adam serves as chair, co-chair of CEO. CEO is Council of Election Officials, and we co-chair that. It is a combined organization between county clerks and municipal clerks, and it is through that we have our lobbyist, which happens to be Bill Zagman from GCSI. Second vice president is Jackie Boudry. Jackie's responsibility appointed under our old bylaws was to be the legislative chair. And so Jackie has accompanied me in meetings and in testimony. The clerks around the city of Lansing frequently are the clerks that testify because other clerks are sometimes hours away. And that was also an issue in making some of the bylaw changes we did. Third vice president could not be here, Stephanie McMillan from the city of Grand Rapids. She's their deputy clerk. Stephanie is on vacation, enjoying herself. You heard from Leanne Scott, who is our treasurer, and director of Ways and Means, Media Relations. You heard from Michael. Media Relations isn't his anymore. Not anymore. He's so happy. I had to update my sheet. Tina, I always slaughter your name. Prezantic. Tina is new to the board, and she is membership. You saw her up here. Conference chair, you saw Holly Thompson. Ooh. And vice chair is Rebecca Johnson, who is new to the board. Secretary is Lisa Lewinsky. And education chair, you just saw Melanie, and vice chair is Rochelle. And Chris Swope is our immediate past president. Chris ended up, this is kind of a legislative thing, but we had two bills that I'll talk about under the legislative update that we've really, really been pushing, wanting passed now because they can influence redistricting. And who would have thought the Wednesday before a holiday weekend, when the Senate has not met all summer, they would have session today to take up those two bills. So Chris gave up his being present here and is on the live stream so that he can go testify today for those two bills. So appreciate Chris for that. Is there any new business? I have no idea what time it is. 9:51. Okay. No new business? Okay, we stand adjourned. So you're gonna get the luxury of, we'll start a little early, we'll just bump everything up 15 minutes, so you got about 20, 25 minutes right now. Silent auction, okay, and the padfolios have the MAMC emblem on them. They're really nice, you can buy those. The silent auction, I urge you to bid. That money goes and supports our PAC, and our PAC is what we use for in our lobbying. So I urge you to spend some time at that table and spend money. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Right. He's still around. Yeah, he is. Actually, oh, you guys do? Vacation. Yes. So it was quite the adventure. If it was very right close, I would I'll tell her. How are you? Right. I was looking at when you go to the other part of the bylaws, I was looking at duties, and 9 direct duties. Do it when it's kind of out. All down my stairs. Tried and I'm not as hot there as I am now. I don't think anything else. Yeah. So slow. There's a lot of construction trucks.
Yeah, it seems to. Okay. Good.
Sure didn't. She's like, you can get her now. Yeah, it's
my fault. Oh,
You're on the spotlight. I was under the camera.
Okay, are you all, good?
And I said something about that. It's the same process as they said, here will the right machine
Why don't you tell people you have to do what you have to do
I like the on Monday and I told him all of my job is going to be. I'm sending it to you right now. But it has to be back in my hands tomorrow. I can't do it. And he says, "Thanks for that crappy system." I'm like, but I just so I can let them know how to kind of, if they have questions. No problem. I'll try to find it. I don't know if I do. I should. No problem. I'm in no, and I'm by no means. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So there's always so I looked on here and we do we not have that. There's no way for us to manage it.
Well, nobody.
So on you, but on yours, you see that they're.
I have to send a thumbs up.
Yeah. See,
I don't know why. It showed up on mine.
but that's fine.
The
'Cause
audio's
we have-
going live right now, just so you know. It's fine. Okay. Sure.
Maybe all because maybe logged in.
If I start getting,
Thank you.
If we could kind of gather ourselves back, that would be great. If you are a Cody winner, that's at 11, but these three tables here are reserved for you and your guests. So feel free, if your guests get here, have them come in and sit so that you know where you are. Sorry, you gotta walk in front of everybody, but that'll change. That's fine, and I'll turn you back to the.
So that was a
good way for the president to get me to pawn off the introduction.
So next, our next, I'm kidding you. The next session is, the MAMC board, did you know? So we've had a lot of, over the years, we've had a lot of members inquire or voice, that they don't really know what the board does. They don't know how to get on the board. They don't know what qualifications are. They don't know, kind of what we do and that sort of thing. So we talked about it at strategic planning last time we went, and we thought it might be good for us to present, tell you all of those things, so that if you are out here now and you might have an interest in serving on the board in the future, you know what that process looks like. So we are going to have Adam Witt, your first vice president, is going to share with you some aspects of the board and what it means to be on the board and how you can be involved. So, yeah.
All right, so I have a half hour here to do this. And I will try and fill it with informational stuff so I don't have to resort to dancing up here to fill time or singing because nobody wants that. So as Melanie said, we're sort of going to talk about the MAMC board and sort of in general what this organization does, because that's what the MAMC board does, is make sure that the organization can do what we need to do to support you guys. And you can tell a big part of what this board wants to do is make sure we're getting our member input and making sure everyone's feel heard and part of the organization, because as we go through this as clerks, it's important as we're working together as President Clark spoke about being we are one. That's why we put an hour and a half for our board meeting this morning, so nobody feels cut off. So if there is conversation, we can be involved. And we want to make sure that you feel like you have a path to be involved with the MAMC board. You know what that looks like, and you know how you can help support the organization. So again, my name is Adam Witt. I'm the first vice president. I'm the Harrison Township clerk. I've been there since 2012. I'm currently serving as first vice president. So I serve on the CEO, the Council of Elected Officials. I've served on the MAMC board since 2017, including time as conference vice chair, which was a really cool job. So if you ever get on the board, that's really the job to get, because Holly does all the work, does it really well. And you just get to do like, oh, perfect, I'll do what Holly said. But I think the reason they asked me to come up here and do this presentation was to show you, really, anybody can be up here. Anybody can do it. Adam can do it. Anybody can do it. So I want to talk about what the board does, how we do it, why we do it, and how you can get involved. So sometimes, I want to say, like when I first came on, I had people come up to me and go, "Are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure? I heard things about the board. I heard this, I heard that." A lot of weird little stories, half-truths, rumors from decades ago that were passed down through office. And I think it's important that we dispel some of that. One of the things I heard, we're actually a group of vampires. We're not. We have somebody that doesn't like garlic. That's not a reason they're a vampire. It just makes them really get sunburned. No, sorry. My wife said that was a bad joke, but I was rolling with that. It was too committed. We get, another rumor, we get paid the big bucks to do this. We don't. We're volunteers who take time out of our day, over and above our normal jobs in clerk's offices that are just as busy as yours, to do this. The last rumor that I hear people talk about and say, they hear about the board is that we don't need you. We do need you. We need volunteers. We need people to step up into positions after our time's done in these seats. We don't want this to be a reoccurring thing where you see the same people over and over. We want new people, new faces to be involved. So this should be something that you feel is acceptable to you. So what do we actually do? As we talked earlier, the primary goals of MAMC are to provide high-quality educational opportunities for the best clerks in the country. The next thing that we do is advocate on behalf of our members in legislation and on rules that the Secretary of State makes. Those are the two highest priorities for this organization. And I think it's something that we do really well. And to help fill that out, the other things that we do are organize and maintain a professional certification through our MyPMC program that I think is second to none. And as we started that program, back to when, sort of towards when I started as a clerk, we saw it picking up steam a little bit. But now every job posting I see, whether it's on MML's job board or our job posting, it has certification, preferred, certification required. So you're seeing that become an industry standard that people are going to be looking for. That's something that through our high quality educational opportunities, we're able to provide. Another thing is to communicate with and facilitate communication amongst our members. So if we don't tell you there's an issue in Lansing, you might not know. That might not be something you personally are in touch with. So we want to make sure that we reach out and talk to you, and you feel like you're connected to what's happening. You don't want to be coming up to, maybe you're in a township and you're a little bit smaller, so you're only doing those 2 elections on even years. You don't want to come up to that August election and find out there was a change a year and a half ago and you didn't know. So we want to make sure that we're communicating with members and also providing a place for members to communicate with each other, whether that's in person in events like this or online on our Facebook page. That's why we made that Facebook page a private page that only our members can be involved in, so you guys have a safe space to say, I got to ask a stupid question. And we as clerks have answers to stupid questions because we went through those situations before, so it's a great opportunity to do that. And as we go through and finish our website updating and upgrade, we'll have those forums back up and, in a good place to be able to ask questions. So we want to make sure that we're still providing those types of things. So that's, and on top of that, the one thing that we do that's probably the least enjoyable of any of our things is actually just doing the nuts and bolts to keep this organization running, the day-to-day functions of just maintaining a professional organization. So how do we do it? It's a lot of hands-on work. This is a working board. We do employ GCSI's and association support, but they don't do everything. There are some associations, and maybe you guys are familiar through maybe your treasurer or something like that. They hand off a lot of the work to professionals. We as clerks feel like it's important that we're involved in those day-to-day decisions and the day-to-day activities. So when, up until recently, we were the ones that were balancing every single thing in the checkbook, as opposed to having some support. We line up all our educational speakers, it's us contacting them, making those reach outs, and scheduling everything. But board members are assigned different jobs, and it's, as the president, you're trying to fill that role with somebody that wants to do that role. If when I came in, I moved everyone around and put somebody in a situation to fail, that's not what we want to do. That was part of the reason we had those bylaw changes before us earlier. So when somebody is on this board, we can look at that person and say, man, this person has a strength in whatever, and find the role for them. So if you do get involved, we're not going to put you on the job today. We'll talk to you, figure out where we can best use your skill set, and put you there. There are different demands for different jobs based on timing. If you would have tried to, when I was on conference, if you would have tried to talk to me the first couple weeks of June, I would have been crabby and very short with you because I had a lot of stuff to do between, we're usually working on something with elections as well as prepping conference. So that was our busy time. You talked to me in August, I didn't care. I was done with conference. It was a long ways away. So every job has those cycles. Some of them are really busy at certain times, depending on what they are. If you're the secretary to the board, you got to write minutes to the board. As a clerk, we assume you can figure out how to write minutes, right? So it might be a little less of a time thing sometimes. So there's different roles for different people in different situations. So why do we do it and why should you do it? As clerks, we should want to see our selected field succeed. Be a good place to attract quality people to come in after us. Make it a good place for us to want to stay. After we all got through with 2020, I know there was a lot of people. I know I said it. I said, man, what was I thinking? I should have ran for treasurer. But here we are. If you're here, it makes sense to be involved. The field's going to be shaped by the people that make their voices heard. So being involved in MAMC is an opportunity for you to make your voice heard. I can definitely say that we've had a lot of long and spirited discussions So sometimes we'll come to an event like this and I've heard people say like, oh, I heard the board is just a rubber stamp. No, we have, sometimes we have a 3-hour meeting discussing one big thing because we have a lot of different diverse viewpoints. We have communities that have single precincts. We have, the second largest city in the state on there too, with everything in between. So there's no one size community that's there. There's no one size person that's there. But why do the 13 members that are on the board do it? Because we like it. We like being clerks and we want you guys to like it. We want you guys to succeed and we want to support you. So this is an opportunity for people to be involved. And I have 51 minutes, so I'm going to slow down talking. And if anyone has any questions, again, I'll open it, any questions, any dumb questions, or anything that can drag out an extra 10 minutes. If you have smart questions too, I'll take any of your questions. Smart. Yeah. But how can you get involved? I'll share my story a little bit. So I had been a clerk for maybe 4 years, and I thought that's not for me. That's for people that have been here for a while. That's not for me. But I got involved on legislative committee, serving as an alternate on the CEO, and I found oh, this is for me. They need me. I had one of the board members who was outgoing at that time said, why don't you apply for the board position? And I thought, man, that's weird to sort of put yourself out there. And, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I get to be involved. I'm glad I get to help this organization. So what does it look like for you? Maybe it's running for the board right away. Maybe that's what you want to do. Do it. There isn't a barrier to entry other than being a member in good standing. If maybe that's too much, if that's diving into the deep end and you'd rather wade in, you got a ton of great committees that you can volunteer to serve on. Whether it's education committee, you can help out during conference. Conference committee, always looking for people to help with setup and support for the events that we pull off during that. So, start easy, start on legislative committee. That's a great way to stay in touch with what's changing, what's going on in the clerk world. And I can tell you right now, it is one of the most entertaining places to see because you get to see when Mary comes in and vents her entire frustration with the state legislature for a solid 20 minutes. It is a show to be seen. You need to sign up and be there. And oftentimes we will get, I don't know, not really pushback, but questions about why we went in a direction we did. Well, because the 14 or 16 people that show up for legislative, that's where we were. And if you're not involved in those decisions, if you're not there, your opinion gets missed sometimes. We try and keep in mind that we have a very diverse group of people that we represent. And unfortunately, sometimes people feel like that those things aren't for them. It is for you. We need somebody that has a community of 1,000 people to be involved because that's a perspective that not a lot of people have. We need somebody with that mid-sized community. If you're a village clerk, be involved. We need that diversity of viewpoints. So don't ever feel like this isn't something for you. MAMC exists to serve the membership, and we're best served when the membership is involved. So, I didn't cover anything.
I would say the one thing when I was legislative chair, and I think other legislative chairs have done the same, is we look at, because we do want to balance when we pick who's sitting on different committees where it is really important that we have wide representation. So we did rein in the number of voting members of legislative a few years ago because we had so many people sign up and then they didn't come. Or they would come once every fourth meeting and want to debate a bill that we had already taken action on. So we want people engaged, but it is, Adam said, it is a working board and they're working committees. If you're looking for a resume builder, you need to look for a different organization. You will build your resume with them, but you will build your resume with a lot of experience. I have to say also, the majority of senators and representatives that sit on the House or Senate Education Committee really have learned to have a great deal of respect for MAMC. They care, most of them care what position we take on a bill and the why. When we testify, we always will state our position, but it's important that those sitting there listening to us understand the why of our position. Whether we're supporting a bill or opposed to a bill, we have to be able to clearly and concisely articulate the why for our position. So it is, you will have so many opportunities for growth if you get engaged. And I'm very fortunate. As I said earlier, I've been down over 20 times, and I'm not talking about 15-minute things. I'm talking about 2 to 3 to 4 hours at a time for each of those. I'm very fortunate to be in a community that is very supportive of my engagement, my office staff who are here. I give them a shout out because when I'm gone, they have to pick up the pieces. They have to cover everything. They have to cover the phones without me taking any of the calls or the counter and that. And it makes a difference. And I realize it's a challenge if you're in a 1 or 2 person office, but I'm going to use Lisa Lewitzky as an example. Lisa is the elected clerk, but she's part-time because she's in a small community that doesn't have 40-hour week office hours. And she makes it work because she is a good time manager and she can adjust her work life around this volunteer life. So even if you're not the full-time clerk, your engagement is important and it is possible if you choose to make it possible.
And I will just add to that, we obviously, as everyone has, grown to love virtual meetings, but if the stumbling block is getting to Lansing for some of the meetings, we have been, sort of expanding the ability to Zoom or call in. So, obviously we all think in person is better, but we understand that sometimes life happens. You say, man, the only way I can get in there is if I phone call or if I Zoom this month. So, we do want to be accommodating of different people's needs because we do it's a drive for some people. If it's one of our December meetings, it's dicey driving out to Lansing, right? So we do take that into mind. So how do you get on the board? How do you say yes? How do you stand up and raise your hand and say I want to be involved? So usually around the time, usually in end of February, beginning of March, we'll send out requests for nominations that go out to all our members. It also goes out usually in our newsletter, depending on timing for that, that we're looking for people to fill in positions. And we'll say, hey, we have X spots available, and we have usually we have 2 running every, right? 4 running every 2. So 4 seats are up every year for the director position. So we'll always have 2 city /county and 2 township/village positions available. And we'll usually try, sometimes the question we get is, well, I would have ran, but I didn't know who else was running. Well, we do try and share if somebody is running for re-election, so you can decide whether or not, like, I really like what Adam's doing, so I don't want to run against him. He's a good guy. I think he's all right. Not that anyone would say that. But, we want to make sure that I know some people would feel weird. I didn't realize I was gonna end up running against my friend. I didn't want to do that. So we do try and say if we have open available seats, that way maybe you're a little more comfortable running. So we try and share that. After you can't run against anybody, that's an option too. It's not precluded, but I think sometimes people feel maybe awkward about it. So then usually end of April-ish is when that nomination process is closed. And then we hold an election at our conference normally to fill those positions. And then once that vote happens at conference, we're on the board. And I can tell you, it's been a great experience for me. It's helped deepen some of those connections with the board as well as membership because it forces me to be involved in more MAMC stuff. So maybe I might be on the fence about attending something, but this forces me to do it, but in a good way. Sort of gives me that excuse to tell work, like, yeah, I'm gonna go do that. So it's a great opportunity to expand your involvement in the organization as well. And then as far as committees, usually we'll send out a call for applications in August after that election process, after we close out the board elections. We'll put out that call for election or people to serve on those committees. Fill out that form and we'll be in contact with you. And if in the meantime you think like, yeah, I really would have liked to, but fill out the application and send it in. It's on our website. You can send it over to GCSI and they'll make sure it gets to the appropriate board and we'll be in touch with you to get involved. As far as I know, we've never said no to help. So we want to make sure that everyone can be involved as much as they want. Any questions? All I got. Thank you guys very much and hope we enjoy the rest of the day.
Who all wants to be on the board now? I,
I don't all read.
come on.
Come on, everyone should have said, I can do better than Pam.
We have been made aware that the Secretary of State is running a little behind and she was to be here for the Cody Award presentations. So we're gonna, I don't know what time it is. We're gonna take about a 12-minute break. This is a great time we can learn so much from each other. You know what we'll do with this time instead? First of all, I failed to say past presidents in the room. I know there's at least one because I saw Dan. If there are past presidents in the room, would you please stand? Because you earned a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And the other thing I'm going to ask you is, who has some really brief but impactful lesson learned from the 2020 election? I will start and tell you I had the only state race recount. And House of Representatives, there was an over 2,000 vote margin, which gives you some indication of why one candidate lost and one didn't. Because no recount is going to give you 2,000 plus votes in our system. So we do. It was right. It was in December at the height of COVID. So then there was threats of lawsuits, and I had to have the sheriff there 3 times for some people's inappropriate behavior. They missed what it is. They did not go to school to learn how to be an adult. So that was my excitement from 2020. If someone else has something to add, you can go to a mic.
Yeah, there are 2 mics in the room. There's one over here and one over here. Please make sure you go to the mic to speak, otherwise we won't be able to hear you.
It's not on Mason.
Okay. city of Lovington had a recount as well in December. And Shelley helped us out with that, Rochelle. Thank you. And I think what we did helped the residents of Mason County and know what the process is and gave them a better idea of it. What we did was we set up our electronic whiteboard. We taped the piece on the table and we are able to show every ballot to all the people that attended this recount. And they could see the vote was for one, it was a city council seat, and they were able to see the vote for each and every candidate. And the comments we got afterwards were really great because they understood the process and they appreciated the fact that the vote was right on. I mean, one of the candidates got 2 extra votes because of the way the if-ness system did not pick up a pinpoint of a vote, and it was counted in the recount. So I just want to let you know that if you're looking for a way for to show all the residents your votes and the process, that might be a way to set up an electronic whiteboard and have them be able to view it themselves.
Interesting, thank you. Lisa?
I don't have any specific awesome thing we did, but I was involved with that recount that Mary talked about and another one that we had in our county. And I would suggest to anyone here, if you have a chance to get involved in a recount, do it. It's an amazing learning experience.
Thank you. It is. I had worked a recount a couple times before. I had one on a county commission seat, and I worked one for a city in my county. So I had a couple under my belt. So I understood what the process was going to be. It was just a little more theatrical than the others had been. But it is really, and your county clerk is responsible for recounts ultimately, and so they do always need someone to help. So, yeah.
Susan Nash, City of Livonia. So nothing specific, didn't have a recount, but had our own special kind of fun in Livonia. But most importantly, what I want to tell everyone, the most important thing we can do as clerks is support each other. That is something we found in Wayne County, and I hope in other counties too. When you have issues, reach out to each other. If you have questions, reach out. Because we can't all be expected to know everything all the time, right? But maybe your neighbor does. And maybe your neighbor's experienced something already, and they can help you. So it's not anything specific, but most importantly, we're all in this together. We've got another election coming up in the city. The next year, we have another statewide, and before we know it, 2024 will be here again, okay? And some of us are still reliving 2020. It doesn't quite go away. It's the gift that keeps on giving. But we have to stick together, and we have to support each other. So if you have questions, reach out to your fellow clerk, your next door neighbor. No one knows what you're going through more than the clerk next door. So that's all I gotta say, just stick together.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Katie Mahoney. I'm from the city of Montague.
Go into the mic a little more, Katie.
How's this? Better?
Better.
I just wanted to share that one of the things that we did, seeing the quote shit show starting to happen last year, is we had our board passed a resolution thanking and honoring all of our election inspectors, and that was our city council. And we had certificates then that all of our council members and mayor signed and gave to these wonderful people who are bipartisan and do the Lord's work for the benefit of all of us to have free and fair elections. And then we also had the county commission wrote a resolution based on the one that we did. We asked them to, and they passed it. And we have 2 county commissioners then that wanted to secede from the county later. And we reminded them that that he had supported this free and fair election resolution, and that passed on November 19th. So we did that early on, and I just want to recognize you all. In the newsletter, I saw that you too passed a resolution thanking the election workers. So I don't think we can say enough to people. The elections are free and fair, and they're managed by those among us who are registered voters, and we invite you to join us as election inspectors. Go through the process, fill out an application. So, thank you.
Thank you. The board did, and I give Stephanie McMillan credit for being lead on this, and Stephanie's not here to hear her accolades, but Stephanie is the one that brought forward the resolution that we, the board ultimately, that we did pass, because we do feel that it is important that the world know that we pride ourselves on our work and our professionalism and our ethics, and that we do stick together. I think a lot of people don't think that the criticism of elections falls on us, but it does. When you have someone that's criticizing the elections or the election outcome, they're criticizing us and our profession. So we felt very strongly about sending that message. Anyone else have something to share? You want to go to the mic, please?
Tina Rako, Redford Township, and a lot of you may not be aware of the fact that we were locked out of our office in 2020 in the August election, 11 days before election day. We can guide you. I don't know how we made it through. We pulled off the election 5 days before. If it ever happens to any of you, you're more than welcome to reach out. Thank you. I hope it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what that means. You were
It's
locked
a
out.
long story.
Mel, where are we at on?
I don't know what time.
Okay, so we have a little.
So my understanding is that Secretary Benson will be here at about 11:15. So if we want to take a quick 10-minute break, let the Cody guests come in and take their seat.
Okay, that's great. So I think I tried to talk to people that were coding and having people coming. These 3 front tables that have reserve signs on them are for you and your guests. So quick 10 and be back. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's right. Right. So yeah. No, I was. So then they're. I couldn't find an invoice on your basis. And so I'm like, I'll watch it for yeah, like kind of what it might be. Nice. I have your news coming on. Well, I did. I put it, yeah, but I.
I looked up, I Googled. I found their lawsuit.
Maybe things. Parking on both sides. How's it going? Good. Love it. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, one before me, she had Oh, really? I did not. Yeah, it feels different. Coming not from Michigan, the east side feels people say And then when someone people like, so in our yeah, every time I and I actually got a marriage here. My brother's wife. And my husband all great habits. So, and then he moved to Denver. It's hot. Anyways, I don't like it. I always want to hear it. No, you know what?
Like if I hadn't stopped, it would have just walked out of the I just kind of stopped and I just looked and I like waited for it to get across the path and like I am not very muscle. Yeah, it was crazy. We saw from like the ground next to the rail. And this is on the rail. And they were like,
If we could gather backstage. Thank you. See, you are the most adaptable, fluid group of people that God has ever put on this earth. It is the story of our life as a group. So, I would like to introduce to you Holly Thompson of the city of Williamston, who will be presenting our awards today because as I said, we switched things around a little bit. Holly was appointed clerk for the city of Williamston in 2009, but served as assistant, deputy, and acting clerk since 2000. She has been a member of MAMC and IIMC since 2001. In 2018, Holly received the City Clerk of the Year award at the annual conference. In addition to her work, she is the director for conference chair on our MAMC board. She's past president and treasurer of Capital Area Municipal Clerks Association and is the current president of that. I cannot tell you how fabulous she is. She is president of the Ingham County Animal Shelter Fund. If none of you know Holly, please let me explain in one word. Animals. She is the most compassionate, committed person when it comes to animals. And she's past president of the Williamston Area Chamber of Commerce. She received her Master Municipal Clerk designation as well as being a Michigan Professional Municipal Clerk. Holly.
The 2020 elections proved to be an unprecedented, monumental undertaking, unlike anything seen up to this point in election administration. We are all amazing clerks and should feel accomplished and proud of what we were able to accomplish under such challenging circumstances. To acknowledge this effort, MAMC recognizes 4 outstanding professionals every year in our Clerk of the Year Award. Individuals are nominated for city, township, village, and deputy clerk of the year. A nominating committee of past award winners reviews the nominations and selects 5 in each category to stand for election based on the following criteria: years of experience as a municipal clerk, demonstration of greater than average performance in the position, involvement in county, state, and national associations, demonstrated interest in improving their professional and personal skills and in the advancement of the profession, a record of contributing to the improvement of their community and the respect of the community leaders. It then falls on the general membership to vote for the individuals in each category. And I hope you all voted, right? Yeah. I would like to now invite a special guest to the stage to help honor the award recipients. Secretary Benson isn't just Michigan's 43rd Secretary of State. She is the author of State Secretaries of State, Guardians of the Democratic Process, the first major book on the role of the Secretary of State in enforcing election and campaign finance laws. A graduate of Harvard Law School and expert on civil rights law, education law, and election law, Secretary Benson served as Dean of Wayne State University Law School in Detroit. When she was appointed dean at age 36, She became the youngest woman in U.S. history to lead a top 100 accredited law school. She continues to serve as vice chair of the advisory board for the Levin Center at Wayne Law, which she founded with former U.S. Senator Carl Levin. Previously, Secretary Benson was an associate professor and associate director of Wayne Law's Damon J. Keith Center for Civil Rights. Secretary Benson is a co-founder and former president of Military Spouses of Michigan, a network dedicated to providing support and services to military spouses and their children. In 2015, she became one of the youngest women in history to be inducted into the Michigan Women's Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, your Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson.
Thank you all and thank you for that kind introduction. It's really great to just be here in person with all of you and see so many face to face for the first time in a long time. And to be here personally just to say thank you on behalf of citizens of Michigan, on behalf of our democracy. You all were on the front lines, as you know, of really the biggest challenge to our democracy and our election system that our state has ever seen. And it's a challenge that's ongoing. And it's a challenge that you are still leading the charge against in some ways or for, depending on how you look at it. But the bottom line is, as you know, what we saw last year was when we went into 2020, we knew it was already going to be a challenge because you had all of the new changes that were not only a new Secretary of State, but you had all the changes that were coming to the state constitution, the right to vote, absentee, and all of the changes that would mean for your officers, the changes to voter registration, and making sure that we are prepared to meet those new legal requirements was at the front of all of our agendas moving forward throughout 2019 and really leading into the March primary. And then that night, as many of you know, all of you know, we got our first cases of coronavirus, and then everything changed. Yet every single one of you who had an election in May stepped up and ensured that we were able to meet the moment, that you were able to adjust and adapt to provide a democracy and access to democracy in a local May election when citizens actually did still want to participate. And we saw more citizens participate in those May local elections in 2020 than had participated in past May elections. And that gave us an indicator of what was going to come in August and of course in November. The August primary of last year, you all oversaw elections where more people voted absentee than ever before in the August primary, and more people voted than ever before in an August primary, when there was no statewide contested election on the ballot. And that was extraordinary. And every single one of you stepped up to meet that moment as well. And then, of course, in November, we saw the highest turnout election that we ever saw in our state in every single one of your communities. Sometimes, not only did more people vote than ever before, but you had sometimes twice or three times as many people voting than ever before. And you certainly had twice or three times as many people voting absentee than ever before. All of this happened in the midst of the pandemic. And you all lived this, so you all know this. But I'm recounting it just to say thank you, because there's a lot that's happened since that's trying to take focus off of that success and that story, which is extraordinary. None of us sitting here 2 years ago could have said that everything that we've experienced since would have happened. And that throughout it all, every single one of you stood up, faced the misinformation, the threats, and a lot of the other challenges that you've encountered, particularly in the months since the November election, and handled it all with grace and with confidence. And because of you, our elections are strong and secure and accessible. Because of you, our democracy works for every voter. So I'm really just here, again, to not really, thank you is not enough for what you all have done. You deserve medals of honor from every citizen in this state, many of whom, most of whom, will never know the extent of work that you did and the sacrifices you made throughout your work as clerks, but really over the past year. But I know them, I see them, the staff of our Bureau of Elections see them, and I want to work to make sure as many citizens as possible know that truth as well. And that's why when it particularly comes to fighting the misinformation that's manifested in many different ways in all of your communities since the 2020 November election. Fighting that and pushing back on that and telling the truth is not just our responsibility and our obligation as a citizen, but really something that we should embrace because the truth is a celebration of success of your work. And that's also what we're celebrating here today with a recognition of the Clerks of the Year and their work in particular over the past 2 years. So I want to say thank you again with all of the knowledge that you've endured, much more than any of you ever thought you would have when you signed up to do this job. It's a job that really ensures that the wheels of democracy and the foundation of our state are intact for every citizen. And it's a job that they pay each of you far too little to do because it is really, in my view, the most important job in this state. And so, again, thank you for staying the course. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for still being here on the other side of everything that you went through and endured last year. And know that my office is here to continue to support you and have your backs every way that we can. And one of the ways that we have been doing that and intend to continue doing that is not just amplifying the work that you do and telling those stories and supporting your positions on various policies, but also to ensure that you have the information you need and the support you need to counter the effects of disinformation and attacks in your communities. So the Bureau of Elections here today, led by Jonathan Brader, is prioritizing sharing accurate information about how our elections are safeguarded, conducted, protections in place. We've set up a website to do so, and we also have been working to develop guidance, as you know, on how you can safeguard your election records, your equipment, while at the same time being responsive to any legitimate public information requests. We're going to continue to work with partners in other states as well to counter the spread of false information and these attacks on your work and our democracy. And as this plays out in our state and nationally, please know that our top priority is really supporting you and protecting you and enabling you to do your jobs. And so as we move forward, that communication that we've worked to develop over the past several years, we want to continue to build. And I hope that you know you have our greatest gratitude, my deepest gratitude for the work that you've done, the recognition that you all have that is long overdue, but that I hope that you can carry with you throughout your career and your work in the year ahead as we continue to move forward and protect everyone's right to vote, protect the security of our elections, and ensure that citizens know the truth about how hard we work to protect their voices and their votes. Thank you. I'll just say thank you. In particular, we were here last year to celebrate an award, the Collection 2020. And so I also want to acknowledge and celebrate their work. We have Okay. So I don't think it's clear who's announcing what. Okay, got it. So I'll then recognize and thank the 2020 City Clerk of the Year, Melanie Riska from the City of Sterling Heights. I'm just thanking you. And thank you, and then you're going to announce 2021. And of course, Mary Clark of Delta Township, our 2020 Township Clerk of the Year. The 2020 Village Clerk of the Year, Angie Kuhn from Calcasco, is unable to be here, but also deserves a round of applause. And the 2020 Deputy Clerk of the Year, Amy Weddle from Brownstown. So we'll celebrate your success today, as well as the success and recognition of our 2021 designees, and thank you also for allowing me to be here today to celebrate alongside all of you. Thanks.
Unfortunately, last year, we were unable to recognize the 2020 Clerk of the Year award winners in person due to the height of the global pandemic. As a result, we will be calling up both the 2021 and the 2020 winners to acknowledge their accomplishment and celebrate them. For the first award recipient, I would like to introduce last year's Deputy Clerk of the Year, Brownstown's Amy Whipple. Amy was nominated by former Brownstown Township Clerk Brian Peters. She was appointed Deputy Clerk in 2006. Prior to her current position, she was Clerk of Erie Township. When Amy was appointed as Deputy Clerk of Brownstown Township, she was asked to get the elections department in order. Not only did she accomplish this, but she constantly works to improve and make advancements to enhance the election experience for all voters. She has worked with and mentored countless new clerks, deputy clerks, election clerks, and conducted election training for other clerks around the state. Amy has developed and shared her own manuals, training materials, strategies, policies, and procedures. Her skill and commitment have been recognized, and she has been invited to participate at the state level to document best practices and standard operating procedures for absent voter ballot processing in the state's Lean Process Improvement Project. Amy has maintained memberships in the IIMC, MAMC, and Association of Wayne County Clerks. Through her involvement in these organizations, she has achieved her MMC and CMC through the International Institute of Municipal Clerks and her MIPMC certification through MAMC. Former Clerk Brian Peters states that beyond her contributions to the Brownstown community, Amy consistently gives her time and efforts in support of other clerks and election staff in the region, freely sharing her manuals and election materials, training other clerks and staff, assisting with training election inspectors in the neighboring communities, and being willing to answer questions and talk through issues with her colleagues at the drop of a hat at all hours of the day. She is highly respected by her peers. I'd like to introduce Amy Whipple, the 2020 Deputy Clerk of the Year.
Good morning.
I'm very honored to be last year's recipient for the Deputy Clerk of the Year award. I am extremely humbled that some of my colleagues felt that I deserved this award and voted for me. I am still in awe. Those of you that know me, I actually dropped a few words that I can't repeat here this afternoon when I first read that I had won. My mom asked me what was going on, and I didn't answer her until I reread the email to make sure that I actually read it correctly. I was truly shocked to be selected among such an amazing group of talented and admirable candidates. I'm grateful and ecstatic that my previous boss, Brian Peters, believed I was worthy of this award and nominated me. Although Brian did say he received some nudging from other jurisdictions to nominate me, he still hasn't given up your names. Brian has since taken on a new role as our township manager, so I have a new boss now, Maureen Brinker. She is equally amazing and supportive. She hit the ground running since taking office in February and already has an election under her belt. I would like to say thank you for allowing me to spread my wings and continue to grow each day. I appreciate your unconditional support and enjoy working with you. Thank you for acknowledging my hard work, dedication, sleepless nights, and commitment to excellence. I am indebted and thankful for the DOE's support and to belong to both the Association of Wayne County Clerks and the MAMC organization. These organizations have provided me so many learning and educational opportunities that have allowed me to grow stronger in my deputy clerk skills. I am most thankful for the clerk networking that I have experienced and the amazing people that I have met along this incredible journey. I am stronger because of the people that I have met and had the opportunity to go work with and learn from. I have been blessed with many cherished friendships that I will treasure for the rest of my life, and I'm looking forward to fostering new friendships with many of you. To my fellow nominees, thank you for raising the bar. Thank you for being there for me and for taking time to support me. Over the years, I have had the opportunity to reach out to each of you for assistance and learn from you. I have enjoyed the associations or the occasions that have presented themselves so that I could get to know each of you better. Each of you makes our organization stronger because of your hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. I feel truly honored to be placed among you for this prestigious award and feel each of you are also winners. Because I have the highest regard for each of you, I will continue to look to you for your knowledge and support. Before I wrap up, I would like to thank a few others who have contributed to my journey. I am fortunate to have a miraculous and supportive staff. They are each committed to their jobs, their quality of work, and have an unwavering commitment to teamwork. They teach me, allow me to grow, and stand by me every day. I am amazed and blessed to work with such wonderful people. They make me want to come to work. They are supportive and drive me to work harder and smarter. I am fortunate to know that there is no I in team. They are a key factor in my success, and I am thankful for each of them for their steadfast dedication. I am thankful and indebted to my family and their support. I would not be nominated for this award if I didn't have their full support. I am grateful to my spouse. Bill understands and supports my commitment to my job. And I'm also lucky that he doesn't mind eating cereal for dinner Monday through Friday during election season. I am thankful he has stepped in and worked a few elections for both myself and my friend Christy in a neighboring community when we were in dire need of getting extra help. I believe these opportunities allowed him to experience all of the intricacies involved in running an election and experience all of the hype that leads up to election day. He values me, is proud of me, and is astounded by my commitment to excellence. I am grateful to my mother, my stepdaughter, and my son-in-law who commit to working each election in a precinct, an EV counting board, or a receiving board. I'm thankful that they give up their time for me each election and support me in my election day responsibilities. My mom actually winters in Florida and flew home for the March presidential primary to help out because it was only our second election with adjudication since we were piloting, just to ensure that we were successful. I'm thankful to my amazing parents for the values and hard work that they have instilled in me. I'm thankful for the education they provided me and the work ethic sports has carried over into my everyday life. I'm indebted to them for teaching me to reach for the stars, make those big dreams a reality, and to always give 110%. They taught me to value and respect people, treat others the way I want to be treated, and to get up when I fall down. They taught me to be strong and independent. They encouraged me to fight for what I believe in and to own it when I make a mistake. They gave me the courage to go through doors when new opportunities presented themselves, and they continually reminded me that you can't steal home plate if you never leave third base. Thank you for believing in me and showing me your unconditional love and support. And I'm sorry, I recently lost my dad. Sorry. I would like to leave you with, and when the time is appropriate, to smile and commit to meeting someone new. Extend an olive branch, take the opportunity to help someone else, and don't be afraid to call upon a friend when you are in need. You will be amazed by the people and the opportunities that will present themselves. You will grow, be stronger, and make a few new friends along the way. Always remember why you signed up for this job. Serve the public with honesty and integrity so you can look yourself in the mirror at the end of each day. Clerks are strong, resilient, and truly amazing. I can't imagine doing anything else in my life. I take pleasure serving the public, especially Brownstown Township. I love the challenges that present themselves and the new exciting opportunities they create. Embrace today. You never know what tomorrow will bring and what new adventure lies ahead. Thank you. Congratulations, Amy. Next, I would like to introduce this year's Deputy Clerk of the Year, Bath Township's own Brenda Butler Challenger. Brenda, the Deputy Clerk of Bath Charter Township, was appointed to her position in 2010. She is an MAMC member and currently working on obtaining her CMC designation. Nominated by her superintendent, Karen Hildebrandt, she states, Brenda can always be counted on to step up and accomplish any task that is asked of her. She is always searching for new and more efficient ways of completing her work. She is a rare treasure, both as a person and as an employee. Her kind heart and determination coupled to make her a model deputy clerk, and perhaps someday our clerk. Our township would not have been able to survive without Brenda's tenacity and perseverance. Brenda developed new training manuals for the e-poll book, and the county even began using her instructions. Brenda expanded the use of ACH payments by setting residents up with e-billing in lieu of paper statements. She often trains new employees and created the township's instructions for operations, which has helped to ensure there is consistency throughout the office. Additionally, Brenda expanded and streamlined the township's annual Tom King Memorial Junk Day, which allows residents to dispose of their unwanted treasures at no cost. She organizes the entire event by handling the marketing, arranging the vendors, and balancing the associated costs. Brenda has saved the township money by significantly improving the time efficiencies to process the residents. She also took over human resources, benefits, payroll, W-2s, and retirement plans. Our 2021 Deputy Clerk of the Year, Brenda Butler Challenger.
Follow. I want to thank everybody for honoring me today. I would like to thank the Michigan Association of Municipal Clerks and everyone that voted for me as Deputy Clerk of the Year. I would like to thank Superintendent Hildebrandt and former Clerk McQueen for nominating me, the Board of Trustees for supporting me, and my fellow co-workers for always chipping in where needed. If it wasn't for Bath Township's excellent team, all those things wouldn't be possible. It takes a team to be able to accomplish all the things that we need to get done daily. For an example, when working the 2020 elections last year, I pulled co-workers from any and all departments, as most of you probably did also. We came in early and stayed late, making sure everything was accomplished. And it brought us together, and together we were able to achieve a great deal. As much as I appreciate this award, and as grateful as I am for it, the greatest reward I've been given is to be able to work with the residents of Bath Township and being able to make a difference in our community. I would like to thank everyone else who supported me. There are so many people that I'd like to list, but I want to just thank everybody personally. Lastly, I would like to give a shout out to my daughter Stephanie, as she has always inspired me to reach out to achieve greater things, both personally and professionally. Thank you.
I would like to now introduce last year's Village Clerk of the Year, Kalkaska's Angie Kuhn. Angie Kuhn began her municipal career as a records clerk for the Kalkaska Police Department in 2001. In 2008, she took on the roles of accounts payable clerk, administrative assistant, and deputy clerk of the Village of Kalkaska, while still maintaining her duties for the police department. In 2010, Angie was sworn in as village clerk, at which time she assumed the positions of payroll clerk, utility billing supervisor, and benefits coordinator and human resources director. Village Council President Harley Wales nominated Angie and stated that she is an exemplary employee who shows respect to her community leaders and holds them in the highest regards. She takes her position seriously and to heart. Angie states that with little time to prepare for the duties as clerk, her initial training was self-taught until attending Clerking 101. Angie is an active member of the MAMC, many civic programs, and serves as the vice president of the Parish Council of Catholic Women. Angie cannot be with us this evening, so we will celebrate in her honor. would like to introduce this year's Village Clerk of the Year, Romeo's own Catherine Trapp. Catherine possesses extensive knowledge and experience in local government, beginning with her years as a student at Oakland University. In addition to earning a political science degree, she performed internships with the 10th Congressional District Congressman and the Oakland County Finance Department. She also served 3.5 years with Oakland University Student Government Organization, known as Student Congress. Catherine began her professional career in this area as staff assistant for the Ray Township office in October 2015. Catherine also served on the Village of Romeo Planning Commission from 2015 to 2018. These previous endeavors helped prepare her for her role as clerk. Catherine was elected Romeo Village Clerk in November of 2018. Her many responsibilities include serving as website manager, FOIA and Human Resources Coordinator, sexton for the Village of Romeo Cemetery, and administrator for the Cemetery Board. Recording secretary for the Board of Trustees, including coordination of board packets, and community development block grant coordinator. Additionally, Catherine continues to assist with the planning and zoning and building departments. Catherine continues to educate herself in all areas of the municipality in order to serve the community and its residents to the highest degree possible. Catherine believes the Village of Romeo has seen a great growth in recent years and is proud to be a part of that progress. Catherine was nominated by Romeo Village President Christine Malzahn. So your 2021 Village Clerk of the Year is Catherine Trapp.
Hello, everybody. Very happy to be here today. I do have many people to thank, my family and the residents. Also want to thank the village president, Christine Malzahn, for nominating me and for being with me on this journey, and my hardworking staff. I was elected for this position a few years ago, and I can't tell you how many times throughout the campaign I heard, you know you're not going to win, but good for you for trying. Yeah. I grew up in Romeo, and like many people who grow up and stay in their hometown, they want to see better things happening, and they want to see the town grow and improve. So I did it. I beat the odds and won. And I won that election. And after I won that election, the only people I could think of were my daughters. I didn't have time to think about the ones who said I couldn't do it. I only thought about, hey girls, mommy did it. Mommy won the election. So with all my ups and downs with this job, they are the reason I roll into my office every day and keep improving the town, myself, and their future. Thank you.
Next, I would like to introduce this year's, next, I would like to introduce last year's Township Clerk of the Year. I am off on my, I'm so sorry. Okay, here. Sorry. Mary Clark has served Delta Township as their clerk since 2011. She has also served as the Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater Lansing area for 10 years, the Executive Director of the Capital Area Youth Alliance for 2 years, and as a Legislative Assistant in the Michigan House of Representatives for 5 years. Township Manager Brian Reed says this about Mary. Clerk Clark has performed honorably in her position, providing innovative and above-average service to Delta Township residents, wisdom and energy to local, county, regional, and statewide associations, and provides volunteer time and expertise to the state of Michigan. Mary has partnered with the Eaton County Clerk's Office to offer space in the Township Administration Building to provide county clerk services to Delta Township residents, which saves many Delta residents a significant amount of time, as they do not need to drive to the county seat. She recently conducted an audit of both township cemeteries and is creating a searchable database of those buried in the township and all documents associated with those burials, some dating back to the 1800s. She also recently conducted an audit of all 110 township-owned vehicles and is partnering with the other township department to track all documents, costs, insurance, and maintenance of these vehicles. Clerk Clark has served on the Election Modernization Advisory Committee, is currently the president of the MAMC, having served on the board of directors since 2014, as well as being the current president of the CAMCA. She served as the MAMC Education Chair for 4 years and has team taught Clerking 101 for 3 years and has taught legislative process sessions at both the MAMC Institute and Master Academy. She has also testified on behalf of clerks in both the Michigan House of Representatives and the Michigan Senate. In her free time, Mary volunteers as a victims advocate for the Eaton County Sheriff's Office, is a team member of the Eaton County Child Death Review Team, a founding member of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Community Advisory Council, a founding member of the Capital Area Women's Leadership Council, and is the vice president and chair of the Personnel Committee of the Eaton County Public Transit. Congratulations, Mary. Our 2020 township.
Forgive me for stepping in here. You're all extraordinary, but there's only one Mary Clark. And Mary, you have done, I'm glad that it says June 2020 on here, but it's remarkable in that in the months that followed this date, you stepped up in ways that were extraordinary last year. And I just want to take a moment to just formally say, really thank you for being a voice for every clerk in this room, for the entire community, for election administrators around the country at a time when that leadership was needed and welcomed. And I know it's not been easy, but it means a lot to me and to all of us that you're willing to step up and serve as such a great leader for the entire election administration in the state here in Michigan. So thanks.
I'm going to say about 3 sentences. Number one, I'm totally envious of all of you whose families work elections for you. My daughter works for the state of Michigan, and I said, hey, how would you like to work the electronic poll book for me in one of our precincts? And she said, let me get this straight. You want me to burn a day to come and work for 14 hours for next nothing paid, right? No, I'm not doing it. So she does doors for me. Well, luckily I haven't had to for several years, but she has a young family, and I get that her time off is very, very, very important to her, and they are not spent doing elections.
Next, I would like to introduce this year's Township Clerk of the Year, Canton Township's Michael Segrist. Michael is the Canton Township Clerk first elected in 2016. His credentials include MIPMC and CMC. He also holds a Master's of Science in Taxation. Michael was nominated by 4 different individuals. While young in the profession, Michael has been very active in his community, having served on the Canton Public Library Board and the Plymouth Canton Community School Board of Education. Michael serves as the treasurer for the Association of Wayne County Clerks, a voting member of MAMC Legislative Committee, and was recently elected to the MAMC Board of Directors. Michael has a very diverse voter population and has worked to ensure Canton Township precincts are staffed with multilingual inspectors to appropriately assist this diverse population. After the passage of Proposal 3 in 2018, he worked diligently to educate his voters of their new rights and expanded the permanent absentee voter application list from 8,200 voters to 35,000 voters. Michael's office recently won a clearinghouse award from the United States Election Assistance Commission for outstanding innovation in election cybersecurity and technology. This year's Township Clerk of the Year is Michael.
You didn't get enough of me from the bylaws conversation. Get ready. It has been said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I can't think of a more accurate quote that reflects how I'm on the stage today. First and foremost, I have to thank my wife, Lindsay, and my entire family for allowing me to do one of the most challenging jobs in public service. It is not a coincidence that my 2-year-old and my 5-month-old children were both born in odd years as a township clerk. Second, I have to thank my staff. Standing on stage, I feel a bit like a phone. Because the people who work in the Canton Township Clerk's office and every single person who works as an inspector for my community has shown a commitment to the residents and voters. And I'm Deputy Clerk Anthony Assmaker, who is left to go testify to the Elections Commission in Lansing, Elections Committee in Lansing today. But you all make me look good. You make me look real good, and I appreciate it. Third, I have to thank my fellow board members on the MAMC. At the MAMC, taking on these roles are challenging and difficult to do, especially when we're completing the day-to-day tasks that come with being a clerk. Each and every one of them have been a resource to help me be successful as secretary and now as director of Ways and Means. Finally, the second reason I feel a bit like a phony is because the minute I was told I was going to be nominated for Clerk of the Year, and this is because I'm a human, my mind started frantically thinking about all the amazing clerks and election officials I know in the state who I look up to. People I turn to for guidance, support, an ear to listen to, and a shoulder to cry on. And I pray to God that none of them were going to be nominated too. Seriously, I'm so grateful. But seriously, clerks shy away from the spotlight. We don't nominate each other for recognition often. We don't like our work. We like to do our work quietly and without controversy, which has become impossible after last year. We oftentimes turn down nominations for Clerks of the Year. It's not easy to be nominated and compete with all of our heroes. But I think acknowledging each other is important. I think acknowledging how we collectively solve problems is important. So please acknowledge your heroes and don't turn down nominations in the future. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I don't know what the road ahead looks like for clerks, but I know we're going to go far, but only if we go together. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to introduce our 2020 City Clerk of the Year, Melanie Riska, from the City of Sterling Heights. Melanie's career in municipal government began in 2002 as an election assistant for the City of Hamtramck and accepted the appointment of City Clerk in 2005. She then took a position as Deputy City Clerk in Grosse Pointe Woods in 2007. In 2014, Melanie joined Wayne County as the Assistant Director of Elections, broadening her knowledge of the law and strengthening her professional network. In 2017, the City of Sterling Heights appointed Melanie to serve as their city clerk. Along with her duties as city clerk, she also serves as a lieutenant in the Hamtramck Police Reserve and has been a reserve since 2003. Melanie received her CMC in 2009 and her MIPMC in 2014. She is a member of the IIMC and MAMC, for which she serves on the board of directors as chair of education. She also serves as secretary of the Macomb County Clerks Association, team manager of the FC Union Soccer Club, vice president of the St. Anne Athletic Board, and is a former president of the Association of Wayne County Clerks. Melanie earned her psychology degree from the University of Michigan in Dearborn and expects to complete her master's degree by 2022. Throughout her career, Melanie has been a champion for clerks across the state, oftentimes mentoring new clerks and encouraging association membership and education. She has been called upon to speak at various organizations such as the American Society for Public Administration and the Association of Wayne County Clerks to share her experience, best practices, and provide legislative updates. Most recently, Melanie implemented on-base agenda management system as the first phase to modernizing the city's record keeping and has begun a plan to expand on-base to serve as the citywide content management system. Her clerk's office also earned the Department of the Year award from Sterling Heights. The 2020 City Clerk of the Year, Melanie Riska.
I'll keep this brief. So as Holly was, thank you all. As Holly was reading that, I was thinking, boy, a lot of that's like outdated now, because this is like, we're talking, from way back to the beginning of 2020. So I echo everything that everybody before me has said. Michael, I think you did a great job. And so everything that he said applies for my team, for my organization, for this organization. And it's very much an honor to be a part of this industry. So thank you very much.
Our final recipient of the day is our 2021 City Clerk of the Year, Romulus's own Ellen Craig Bragg. Ellen began her career in public service in 2005 when she was elected to City Council for the City of Romulus, while she worked for the Romulus Community Schools from 1997 to 2009. She was only the second African American to hold the office since 1975. In 2009, she was elected city clerk and continues to serve the residents of Romulus with passion and conviction. In elections, Ellen has consolidated precincts from 18 to 12, implemented EPB, including dual EPB, overhauled election inspector training, created a comprehensive handbook, implemented public service announcements to educate voters, holds mock election demonstrations for middle and elementary school students, created a newsletter with voter information and updates, and frequently visits with senior citizens to assist with the AD process. Ellen has also established a cemetery board of trustees, cemetery ordinance, and cemetery rules and regulations pamphlet. She implemented the Quantum software to manage cemetery records and online burial searches. Ellen worked with Wreaths Across America, which provides wreaths to place on the graves of veterans in the Romulus Cemetery, and they also raised $1,500 to donate to a disabled veteran and his family. She also assisted the Cemetery Board of Trustees with fundraising to purchase trees and 3 Victorian gates for the cemetery. Ellen volunteers on the Romulus Drug Task Force, Dr. Martin Luther King Day Community Celebration, Chamber of Commerce, Arts Council, Pumpkin Festival Committee, and is the Director of Music for the Union Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Clerk Craig Bragg is a member of the Association of Wayne County Clerks, Wayne County Executive Urban Alliance of Michigan Task Force, MML, Michigan Black Caucus, MAMC, IIMC, and Michigan Association of Municipal Cemeteries. She holds her MIPMC and CMC credentials and believes there is always room for improvement. This year's 2021 recipient is Ellen Kraft.
Wow. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I first would like to just acknowledge our Heavenly Father who's the creator of all things, and without him, none of this would be made possible. It is with great emotion and sheer shock that I stand here before you today to receive the Clerk of the Year award and to join the past recipients whom I admire and respect. I'm full of a lot of emotions, nervousness, gratefulness, humbled and extremely honored to be receiving this great award. I want to give a heartfelt thank you to those who nominated me and supported my nomination. I never imagined that I would be standing here again today to receive this great award. To be recognized by my colleagues and counterparts in such a manner is breathtaking, to say the least. A special salute to all of this year's nominees, each of whom are as deserving of this award and has made incredible contributions to the clerking profession and in their communities. As I stressed over what I would say, I reflected back to when I first ran for clerk. I will admit I didn't know much about the role of the city clerk except for what I observed during my tenure on city council. Boy, was I in for the roller coaster ride of my life. What I didn't realize was all the hats that a clerk wears. My first election, which happened to be on an even year. Boy, it had me like a deer in headlights. But I really thought I was ready. I was positive, ready for a challenge. After all, I had completed my first year of institute and completed the elections officials program, accreditation program. But the more I was preparing for the election, the more I kept asking myself, oh God, what have I gotten myself into? But then came along this valiant clerk, and she was wearing her shining armor of election knowledge. She came to rescue me and shared with me everything she knew about elections. She even conducted the training for my election inspectors. And from that day, we became the best of friends, and we continue to share best practices. And that clerk is Amy Whipple, the 2020 Deputy Clerk of the Year. That experience demonstrated that to be successful in this profession, you can't do it alone. No matter how much you think you may know, there's always something new to learn and to share. We must be willing to work as a team regardless of our political, religious, social, or personal differences. Clerks are the nucleus of local government. We make each other better. I'm a better clerk because of each and every one of you. My Wayne County Association and this association, in this job, we are forever learning and sharing to be better. We are fortunate to have such a diverse and excellent organization as the MANC that provides us with quality experiences throughout the state of Michigan. I am reminded of a quote by Benjamin Franklin: "If better is possible, then good is not enough." Winning this award would not have been made possible without the inspiration and support I have received from my family, staff, friends, colleagues, and the Romulus community. I would like to make special mention of several individuals who saw the passion in me when I couldn't see it myself. I sincerely thank each of you for helping me reach a stage where I can proudly hold up this award as a mark of achievement. Because of you, I derived the strength to challenge myself and perform better at each stage. First, I'd like to acknowledge Barbara Fitzgerald, who started this journey with me and served as a deputy clerk for 10 years until her retirement. And again, to my valiant friend, Amy Whipple, I don't see her in the room right now. She's in the back, okay, oh, there you are. To my incredible team, Deputy Clerk Deshaun Hockenholm, our elections clerk, Katie Tomasic, who are here today with me, and to Ann Lammers and Sean Mullins, who are back at the office holding things down while we're here. And last, but certainly not least, my family. My children and grandchildren could not be here today, but they are watching. But my husband of 34 years, Stan, is here with me. Thank you for being my rock on this journey. Even when he was fighting for his life just 3 years ago, and I had to balance and juggle between being by his side in the hospital or being at work, because it was during an election year, he would always encourage me and remind me that I have a job to do. It is amazing to reflect on the first time I took my first oath as a Girl Scout, and I affirmed, on my honor, I will try to serve God and my country and to help other people at all times and to live the Girl Scout law. Only for life's journey to bring me to this point in my life and the position that I hold, where I administer the oath to individuals who are so daring enough to serve their country and help their community at all times. This award celebrates each and every one of you, so courageous enough to make your communities better. In closing, may we always work together, nurture and support each other, and grow the unique image and role of a clerk. Thank you.
Thank you to Secretary Benson for helping to acknowledge the award recipients from 2020 and 2021. Thank you to all the clerks of the year for everything you do for your communities, the profession, and each other. I will now turn the event back over to our president, Mary Clark.
Again, I stand between you and lunch. Tara, are they, they're ready, but are they letting tables go or? Yes, okay, so wait for your, please, I know you, wait for your table to be released and enjoy, and we will see you back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Right.
If you got an award from Secretary Benson today, there's a box up here for you to protect that. You come get it. And everybody who got their awards this year, your box for your MAMC award is up here. So while you're waiting to be dismissed, come see me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anything wrong with that? Oh my The Monday after.
Yeah. It's crazy what he wants to fight about and doesn't really care about. Every day is different. How's he gonna?
So supportive and can see that.
Here's coming in one way. Well, we do some saving.
Yeah. Yes. Not even in your city.
Yeah. Right.
I'm just gonna say that.
Oh my
goodness.
Hours.
The same story.
The same. You know, when I schedule something, I'm like, I'm gonna be out of the office.
Yeah. All of our friends. Yeah.
The one with the bagel did.
Right. I thought everybody would be as smart as me and bring Yes. Well, pull it out. I've got you just wait. When you first get into a new office, then you have everything.
Oh yeah, then it's
You
just like
just wait. It still looks like this. Yeah. Every year is what it looks like.
I used to use drawers. I have.
I don't know. I know. I'm looking at all the drawers.
I have two in my office.
You paperwork in there, all the stuff.
Yes, those are in my office.
Well, no, I have others in my drawers. I'm like, it's gonna take me a while. So maybe I should start looking at I have it's just that I'm patient. You have that willpower. Try and I How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? So you're going to cook I need that one. I'm going to watch a movie or watch a show. I'm going What's her name?
Who brought the Red Bull? Red Bull is running sleeping. Does anyone need chicken? No? They usually do it after the election, but you can really anytime. I had it done. I don't know why I didn't submit it. Oh, I think it was. I filled it out. They can't. Because you said that they restart going. Usually I'm at the back of the room saying, I have 33 seconds. First year I went, they always come with
Chloe City too, but maybe some bigger common areas like that too. A little more relaxed,
First year we did a lot more movies.
Yeah, but or jokes. Or jokes.
It's like a kitchen or, yeah.
They gave me one of those.
And what I didn't know until last night is that yeah, in a lot of communities, more and yeah. Remember we always missed out on email because we were in group ones?
Very good. But yeah, we were the only two. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you can guys, but I just don't know how to, yeah. I mean, the organization, I mean, I'm good, but none of them is too yeah, we couldn't, I need to touch
Some of them I had to put one of those in Bean's office. Every time I'm in there, I write down what you told me about me. Give me another. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I put it just for like pictures, you know. If I need another screen,
She's like, where are my?
I usually keep it at the corner of her desk. How are you? Very good. Thank you. Well, I've been here. 10 years ago. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for sending the election We might all need to take a bite of it later.
And, so in the meantime, I tried to find actually find some day
Yeah. And I didn't want to drive it. Even darkness. Right.
Everything should be like double A-ish.
No, seafood. With my plate.
I think the car
When I first came in, and the first time I went up, I went, as soon as I went, I got into it. So then I just crawled the rest of the way up. Exactly. Oh no, if anyone knows me, they're like, no, that's just for me.
and spiders.
Yeah.
And family walks out of her office.
And she knows this about me, but I was in the bathroom and I closed the door and then came to open it. And I'm like, this thing has safety things on it. I'm like, shut my neck off. I like threw it out at her. But, and not helpful, but Johnny is afraid of her.
You're like, thank you, family gifts.
Right. We were outside and the boat was the worst because there's spiders everywhere.
Yeah.
And we were outside, we were walking busy, and there was like a weird little grasshopper thing on it. And I'm like, they're crying, and he's like, no, so now I know what that means. Oh, okay. Learn the house now. It was legit enough.
Yeah, that was one outside my house.
I knew what it was.
I couldn't get closer.
Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know, usually people just have it on their lap and they don't use their bathroom, like, baseball bit and hang it up. And I saw a spider web across that. And I kind of went to the point that it was off against the leg. It was off. And then I saw it was like one of those.
Yes.
So I'm like, I get it. Basically, the wedding a month ago, Derek left her a dress. Landon had a golf thing hanging there, and then Derek had a sweatshirt hanging there. And then I did the course. The drop down underneath it, like a cracked drop. Inside, I don't know. Maybe. We're staring at it.
Yeah.
No, I got you. Nobody wants to. And then it was a promise. We have her, let's open the door. She's going to tape it out. And I said, no. Open the door. It's only like the biggest part.
Everyone
You can't come out. You can't come out. Now, I know, it was like 4 times. I'm like, got it.
See, this is why we should be a blowtorch.
Well, I would have had a lip.
Whatever it takes. As long as we don't go on.
It was
I'm not sure.
They're all 3 times a day, every day. I was gonna say it's good that they asked about
Sometimes where we go out on boats, we're getting ready to go, cover up whatever. And I'll find one, I'll run off the boat halfway to the dock. I'll be back when it's going.
Maybe you should talk to them.
Oh, yeah.
So I used to
You do the dance while you're spraying it.
that's
You gotta keep your eye. You can stand there and you can scream and dance, but you just have to keep pointing and looking right at it. Then I've been fortunate with my family. I haven't had any fights in the house I lived before. Oh my God, what a amazing this way. There you go. Well, mine wasn't a Lewis. Well, I got it. I hated Yeah, I use that home defense, and it's safe around pets, and you can use it on the outside and inside. And it doesn't take a lot, but if you douse everything, then it's just, you have this comforting feeling that you've done a good job. This is really, I haven't noticed that. Got like a red.
One of the things.
Yeah.
It can also be the spread.
Yeah, I get that. We made the There are things in some of those stupid little fruit flies. We finally got the work. It was it was all moldy and doing that.
Because the water just splashes up on
The
it. all the
faucet is too close to the back of the sink, so as soon as you put it underneath it, it needs to have
It's probably not the right triggers on here. When it got the high one, it's supposed to be all fucking hot. Maybe big knees, we have the big tall tops.
pull off and put a new one back on. We're not showing signature. Yeah. We're not in one of those things. No one.
Can I get everybody's attention? So good afternoon. How was lunch? Can we get an applause? Everything was delicious. So I hope you had enough food. There was plenty. So our next on our agenda, 1:30 to 2 p.m. is a legislative update. So you are going to hear from Mary Clark and Jackie Beaudry, and they're going to provide you a legislative update. They're going to sit at the table here. They have mics. We did move the podium back so that those of you on the far left over here can kind of have a sight line to them. But I will turn it over to Jackie.
Okay, is that better? Good. Hi, I'm Jackie Beaudry. I'm the city clerk in Ann Arbor, and I'm recently elected as the second vice president for MAMC. So you all know Mary. She and I are going to go through the work of the legislative committee, and typically that also includes Adam Witt, who's our first vice president, and he had to leave early today. Adam chairs or co-chairs the CEO with the county clerks, and then the legislative committee is strictly made up of our members. So many of you in the room are on that committee. What we're going to do is go through the MAMC's legislative priorities, and then many of our current priorities are in some form of introduced legislation or maybe even being taken up today, a few of these priorities. So I will let you know what MAMC has as a priority, as well as the positions that we've taken, and then Mary will chime in on where we are at testifying and where some of these bills are at in the legislature. Things, as some of you may be aware, are moving really quickly this year. There's a lot of activity on the elections front in the legislature. So the approved priorities for 2021 and 2022. At the discretion of the clerk to allow for early voting so voters can place their ballot through a tabulator. And I just want to clarify on this one that there is early voting doesn't necessarily have, there's different opinions between big cities and small cities and township and city. So at the legislative committee of MAMC, we added at the discretion of the clerk. So we as a board and as an organization are lobbying for clerks to have the discretion to allow for early voting, and being different than no reason absentee, but actual tabulation of ballots. And there is in the Senate package, Senate Bill 300, and the Michigan clerks, we voted in opposition of that bill because we don't feel that it's enough or benefits our interests. That particular piece of legislation only allowed for 1 day of early voting, 2 Saturdays prior to the election, and we felt like that not only was not enough, but would also be confusing to voters. You may have heard your neighbor voted last Saturday, and now it's not an option for you.
And it required you to open they would vote in their precinct. So you would have opened all your precincts for one day, 2 Saturdays before. So that was joyous to explain to them what a really bad idea that was.
So that just shows you that some of our priorities, bills may be introduced that seem to match our priorities, but depending on the specific language, we may or may not support. So while we do support early voting, we unanimously opposed the current proposal in the Senate. Another priority is the early processing of absentee ballots. You'll remember that we were allowed with a one-time change in law for November 2020 only. And so we continue to support early processing of absentee ballots that would include putting ballots through a tabulator. And there is one bill currently, Senate Bill 283. Information on that, Mary? This would allow, again, the early processing. I do have a note here. We support it in concept, but there is mixed opinions among our members that currently any introduced bills on early processing have a population restriction. And so some of our smaller members have asked that we continue to support that any clerks can do early processing. I believe the current proposal is you have to have over 25,000.
Right, they chose not to change what they granted as a one-time in November of 2020. And I, in many occasions, explained to them that everything in our world is proportional. And so a huge increase, a 50% increase in AV ballots for someone who is small and has 1.5 positions, including themselves, is just as challenging to work on as me with 33,000 residents or Ann Arbor with 150 or however many they have. The idea, trying to get them to understand that all of this is proportional and that they have to take into consideration the wide array of precinct jurisdictional sizes we have, I should say, not precinct sizes, jurisdictional sizes. But I haven't got them to budge off that yet. I haven't given up.
So our next priority is to establish election dates in June and November of each year, with the exception of presidential years where we would still have the presidential primary in March. So we would have March, June, and November, eliminating August. And there is several packages in the Senate right now. Did you have other comments on that one? Senate Bill 130 is one of, there are several bills related to the June primary.
And when I was testifying in the Senate and something came up, and I had to ask, well, it kind of spilled out, but Senator Broom zeroed right in on what I said. Because there really aren't audits after the August election because there's no time to try to explain, I mean, it's not that nothing happens, but a risk limiting audit connected to the August election would be challenging because you're so quickly into work in September, because we all know that by Labor Day we're rolling in the November election already. And so he was quite intrigued that if he moved to June, he could have audits with that election. And I'm like, whatever makes you happy that gets the damn date moved, I'm gonna nod for, okay?
We have a question?
How does that impact those in May who have May elections? Are you doing away with May elections?
Well, much to the chagrin of the school boards who came and testified against how the world will stop spinning, the sun will now come up in the west. If this happens, we are lobbying for June, and we don't care. If you want to do May and May and November, fine, or June and November. But this somebody had the idea to propose that we do it the third Tuesday in June. And our response was, please don't introduce something different to the regime. The first Tuesday after the first Monday is kind of cast in concrete, and we'd like to leave it that way. So don't go stirring the pot. So it made sense once they thought about it. They seem to have someone walk them through every word and the impact of every word. So I think their intentions are good, but they have no clue about what the impact of what they're doing is. So when we can get them to understand the impact, lots of times they care.
Yeah, so that would be just the 2 dates, except for in the fourth year, the March primary. So the next two I'll go over together, and then Mary can elaborate. These are being taken up today, actually. So one of our priorities is to expand precinct locations. And this would, what we have lobbied for is for locations to be permitted for using precincts, given some of the concerns of the schools over safety, and as well as some churches no longer being available. So what we are looking is for nonprofits and other community or recognized public buildings to be allowed for precincts. And do you want me to do both? And then the other one is we have long advocated, especially with no reason absentee voting, to expand precinct size to limit to 4,000 active registered voters. This would increase the current limit of 2,999 to no more than 4,000 active voters in a precinct. And of course, this isn't a mandate. This is if you are a community that knows you're now looking at 50% or more absentee, it may make sense to have your individual precinct locations to allow for a larger registered voter, as so many people are switching to early absentee voting. So that's our thought there. And both of these are current movement is happening on these ideas.
They passed the House, both of them. It's House Bill 4134 is the precinct size. And we asked them to stop the 999 stuff. And just could we do something like 4,000? We asked for 5 in negotiations, we got 4. So, and it is very much, I assured them, no clerk is going to commit political suicide. I mean, we're not looking for some way to implode our offices. We're not going to make a decision to consolidate and raise those numbers when we're going to increase lines. It has to be done judiciously based on your particular jurisdiction, so that, some may or may not change. You may not have a reason to change some. I have 16 precincts. I've already done some of my redistricting lines, and I could go to 15 precincts, for example, if I could take a landlocked precinct that has a 58% permanent AV list. There's no future growth in that area possible. So I tried to use the example of why that would be something that I would do, but it's not mandated, and the clerk doesn't have to do it. And then the precinct location, I have long argued that we need more choices, because MAMC's position has been, we do not support legislation that mandates schools allow us there. We don't want to become our local community's enemy. And so it's not going to come out of our mouths that ever would happen. And there are other 501 classifications. I, for example, have 3 credit unions, which are 501, I think 6s or something. But they're not an acceptable precinct site because of possible conflict of interest, because they might have legislation. And my response is, people walk in schools to do voting every election. Well, not in my community, because I don't have any schools in mine that allow precincts. But you're voting on a school millage in the school building. If that's not a conflict of interest, then I'm not buying that you think a credit union is a conflict of interest. So we're still negotiating that. We're not happy with what they did, but in this world, sometimes you take the baby step, you take the crack in the door, you got it open, and then you hope that the next round you have someone that's a little more open to what you're trying to really accomplish and will shove the door open more. You had a question?
Yeah, in the legislation, they had increases the size of the precincts. They left the size of a consolidated precinct at 5,000. Has there been any input from the MAMC on increasing that number so that if we did increase the size of our precincts, we could still consolidate? Because otherwise it really takes away that option.
You can only consolidate in a non-state and federal.
Right, so for instance, in this election coming up, I'm consolidating 2 of my precincts. However, if I increase the size of those precincts to 4,000 when we redistrict, I will no longer be able to consolidate those precincts for that election. Because they'll be over the 5,000 limit.
Gotcha. We haven't done that, but I will.
I'll make it note of that.
Yeah, we'll take that up. Thank you.
And
Good catch.
Yeah, and I assume you do know that you can subtract the inactive voter file. It's reaching that 5,000, but of course, when you're increasing the overall precinct, understood. And then our final, on our top priority list is to eliminate the mandatory requirement to maintain MasterCards. Because the signatures are in the QVF system and are. And since we have the electronic signatures, we don't see a need for all the busy work of filing MasterCards. There is no movement or any bills introduced on this subject, but it remains one of our priorities.
And we've asked for this to be an optional regarding MasterCard. I happen to be a MasterCard advocate because I can go back and look at an actual physical signature for most of my voters that have been in my community for a long time. And everybody knows, well, the signature at the Secretary of State's office, you're on a slanty thing like this that you're trying to write. And so when they're sitting at a table and signing, it looks oftentimes more like what's on my MasterCard than what's on QVF. So, and the state is working, and Jonathan can maybe speak to this, but they're updating more frequently, which was also a reason that, one of the problems that, because it's not a mandatory download when you sign a new piece at the Secretary of State's office.
Sorry if I said that was the last one. I have a couple
She
more.
lied.
Yeah. That are on our priority list. To require a disclaimer on third-party applications that they're not being sent by the state or local jurisdiction. And a lot of you probably had this issue in 2020 with the really out-of-date apps being sent, whether it was voter registration or AV apps to, your people's dogs and somebody died 30 years ago. And so that's for us that the third parties would have to indicate that this was not coming from state or local officials. And I don't believe there's any movement on that.
There hasn't been any movement on that, but we are still lobbying hard to get that to move before the 2022 election, because it's going to be just as ugly as it was in 2020, with everybody coming in mad because they've got their 10th application for ballot.
And another priority for us was to require jurisdictions to maintain a permanent absent voter list. And this would allow consistency when someone moves from community to community, that they don't lose that. I was on the permanent AV list in town A, but now town B is saying, hey, that's not a thing. And this ties back to, it is part of 4134 as part of the increase in precinct size. Remember, is tied to the understanding that more people are voting early through absentee ballot, which is why you can increase your in-person precincts. So those are related in that regard, and 4134 does include a requirement for a permanent AV list.
I will say that we have had quite the controversy surrounding Senate Bill. I look for the number, I should have it tattooed on my arm. 303 and 304. Senate bills, they're part of that original 29 or 39 or 49, whatever they came up with, bill package. And it, 303 deals with requiring a provisional envelope ballot, doing away with the affidavit of no ID in the precinct election day. And I've testified in the House and I've testified in the Senate. This is a minuscule amount of our voters, but they are determined that it is a huge source of potential fraud. So it passed the Senate, it went to the House, got a significant rewrite in the House that mandated every voter in the precinct's signature was subject to challenge and had to be verified. Just like they can challenge residency and age and citizenship. We obviously really oppose that, and the originator of the bill, Senator Tom Barrett, eventually opposed the House version. So it's, I don't know where it's gonna end up. The longer they stay paralyzed with the House and Senate differences, the longer it is before it could potentially become law. 304 is attached to the burden of proof for a provisional ballot. And you and I both know, we all know, a provisional envelope ballot is rarely cured. And what we are arguing for is a cure election day versus a provisional envelope ballot. And we proposed a number of options on how to cure. They could write their driver's license number if they don't have an ID. They could do the last 4 digits of their SOCH that we, Jonathan, don't kill me on this one, we could have their picture from their state ID or driver's license downloaded with QDF. But we want a cure in the precinct versus a provisional envelope ballot. So don't tell them it's not possible if it's not possible, Jonathan, until we can work through other possibilities. Because I just bat my eyes and say, well, what about? Then another.
I have one more priority. Our last priority is to remove any challenge based on residency when registering in person with the clerk's office with appropriate documentation in the last 14 days. And this one's personal to me as a college town, but anybody registering, there's no magic between day 15, day 20, and day 10. And so to challenge somebody standing in person in your office because they're using something other than a driver's license with their address on it is ridiculous. If they have a driver's license with their address on it, they're probably not registering in the last 14 days. So no surprise, there's no traction on this, but remains a priority for us. And I will just note, we do have a list of other priorities, but we've picked our top ones we want to see some of these changes happen before we've discussed other changes that are on our radar, but we're concentrating on kind of our top list. So we do also have a secondary priority list. So if there's something you're thinking, I thought the legislative committee had taken up, it could be on our back burner, but we haven't forgotten about it. So these are the top priorities, and a lot of them, as we discussed, are moving. So then we will, when we make these achievements, we will bring other things up. So we continue to add to what the priority is. Just right now, there's a lot of things happening, so we're trying to concentrate on what we deem most important.
We're having to react to the package of bills that were introduced in the Senate and the House as a result of some people's displeasure with the outcome of the 2020 election. So in a normal world, we would be advancing and focused on more of our priorities, but we're focused on the priorities that are somehow attached to the bills that are out. But the big issue is that we are in a very reactive mode, which is not my favorite mode to be in. I want to bring your attention to two other really important bills that Jackie and I had, and Melanie had a meeting with House Republican staff and the chair of the House committee that requires the inspectors to sign a declaration of their party affiliation. And we have argued against this. The response to me has been this is a caucus priority. And that they mark on the application is not sufficient. We've been able to somewhat tamper it down because there was to be a posted, sworn, notarized affidavit posted in the precincts for each worker. And I said, you're killing me here. I mean, we're never gonna have people work. And so we're probably going to be sending out in the next couple of weeks, shortly after Labor Day, a list of bills that we're going to ask you to contact your senator and your representative on to put on their radar screen to support or to oppose, and we'll give you some talking points for them, because we're going to have to rally the troops on some of these. And another one that we're negotiating on also in the House, so 4876 is the party affiliation of workers. And I did explain to the senators, well, but this is the House, I did explain to the representatives present that Michigan is not a party mandatory state. So you don't have to be a member of a party to vote in Michigan. I guess that escaped them, but the other bill is 4897, and that deals with challengers. I was told they want to level the playing field of what happens in a precinct and what happens in the clerk's office on election day. And that means that challengers would have the right to be present in the clerk's office on election day. And we immediately and vehemently oppose that there is a lot of confidential things inside a clerk's office, and a challenger in there is inappropriate. Absolutely inappropriate. So they backed away from that a little bit and landed on in a designated space designated by the clerk, which will be outside my office door in the lobby, because it's not possible. It's just not possible. And it's a concern with smaller jurisdictions that we're in blue blazes am I gonna put this person? And so we're still, but that's a hill they're willing to die on. So those two, we just had another meeting on, and I didn't walk away feeling like they really, they made a minor adjustment. Okay, I understand you don't have a lot of space. And it's where you say you can put them. But we didn't land on, what if where you say you put them is on the front lawn because there are no other options? You know, what do you do with a clerk who's issuing ballots out of their house? Because that happens in smaller jurisdictions. So Representative Boland is these are, they're there on them, man, I tell you. I'm talking till I'm blue in the face. Jackie was there, Melanie was there. We gave them all of these different scenarios and they're like, okay, but they should have, the playing field has to be leveled.
Thank you, Mary. Melanie's indicating that we're at time. I just had a note that we were gonna mention one more bill, that this is not our priority, but we are supporting for obvious reasons. And that's Senate Bill 306, which would require the Secretary of State to prepare a report regarding clerks who are not current with training and to post that report. We did ask, and it was accepted, that there would be a 30-day grace period or opportunity for the Bureau of Elections, Secretary of State to alert clerks who are not compliant. But we certainly, as an organization that promotes the professionalism of clerks and ongoing professional development and training, we're not going to not support a bill that publicizes that we are all current with our training. But we did get that exception in there, so if there's like an oopsie, you'll have an opportunity before there's this public shaming to fix any training deficiencies. So we wanted to make you aware of that.
I know we're off, but real quick.
I just want to thank you guys for all the time that you've taken to testify on our behalf. I've been watching a lot of it, and I know it's taken up a lot of your time, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill 130, do you have, it's the June versus the August, do you have when that is on their radar for again?
It will not, it would, should it pass, and there is at least some interest now, it would not go into effect until after the 2022 election.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the Bureau, and we all were in agreement on that. Merciful God, let's be serious here. It cannot happen that fast.
So for June, or for 2022, it was still in August?
Yes.
And May for, as necessary.
Okay, I know, but I want to show you two things. If you have not downloaded and read the Oversight Committee report on the November 2020 election, I urge, it's about, I don't know, 20 pages or 40 pages or something. Yeah, but it's good reading. I encourage you very much to download it and read it. And then you can ask the question I did, which was in the front of it, it says Senator McBroom, who's taken quite a hit on his position that there was no fraud in Michigan's elections. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We already knew that, but it's nice to have it affirmed. But then if you go to the back, it's like, who wrote the back of it? Because that's where the Senate bill, all the Senate bill packages of all the things that are wrong are talked about. So, but it is heartening to realize that someone honestly does understand what we did and that we're good. One more quick thing. I know the Republicans, if you have not seen the press release, there is a Republican group, I don't know what his name is, Rowe or something. Yeah, Jamie Rowe. They announced they're starting the petition, the citizens petition, and you know that I'm sure it wasn't intended for this, but a loophole, I call it a loophole in the Michigan Constitution, which allows a citizen referendum to be acted on, that the legislature can either accept it and bam, it's law, or they can send it to the ballot. And it is much stricter than, and it's much more back, all the stuff we've negotiated is out the window in this. So, I've done a couple interviews about how I feel about it. And the one reporter I talked to several times, I said, you're kidding me, right? You're asking me how I feel about this? Because it undoes a lot of the stuff that we've worked hard to negotiate to get a middle ground on. So again, tell everybody don't sign it, that there's an ability for 340,047 people, I think it is, to sign and be able to impact 7 million people, and we get no vote, is ridiculous. I know it's in the Constitution, but it's ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. If we can have a big round of applause for Mary and Jackie. They always work very diligently on your behalf legislatively. Next up, we have a redistricting session with the Bureau of Elections. Director Jonathan Brader is here with his team. I will let him introduce his team. We want to get started so that we can kind of stay on track.
Thank you, Melanie, and thanks to MAMC for having us as always. We always really appreciate the opportunity to meet with you all, and it's so nice to see so many of you in person and be in this wonderful space, although it is giving me some bad flashbacks to music classes and trying to remember which composer wrote which piece, which I always get wrong, but it's still cool to be here. So before I get started, so I'm Jonathan Brader. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Elections. With me from the Bureau of Elections is Christy Dugan, Sharon McCleary, and Riley Millard. If you have any questions or want to meet with any of us, now's a good time. I'm going to talk about sort of an overview of the redistricting process for next year, and then Christy's going to talk a little more detail about what that's going to mean for you and how you interact with us. And then after that, of course, you have a panel of your colleagues who can tell you really in depth what it looks like from the clerk side. Before we get into that, just a couple things, just following up on the last panel. Yes, we have updated a whole bunch of signatures in the qualified voter file. We're very happy about that. When we got our new driver database system in, the CARS system, that made it much easier for us to pull signatures in. So we updated about 3 million signatures with newer signatures. So that will help a lot. We're very happy about that. We're also working on an ongoing process that will make sure they get updated going forward. It doesn't necessarily solve the problem of maybe their signature when they get their driver's license not being as careful as what they might do in the registering a vote. But I do think the way the process works now is they are usually signing a piece of paper on a flat desk. So hopefully that will eventually get better. The other thing is in terms of photos in the e-poll book, it's an interesting idea. We haven't really analyzed it that much. I think one thing that we would have to be cognizant of though is that that's making the e-poll book file a lot bigger. I know how much everyone enjoys downloading that on Monday night. So we would have to figure out a way to get all that data in the e-poll book. So it's I think, an interesting solution, an interesting compromise, and something to have to look at. The final thing I just want to do before I get into redistricting is I really appreciated the chance to see you celebrate your colleagues, both from last year and this year, for Clerks of the Year. As I said to Clerk Roebuck, who won the County Clerk of the Year, it was either the best or the worst time to win Clerk of the Year. I'm not sure which. But we really appreciate the work you're all doing. And I know, because we hear from you every day, that you're still getting a lot of unfair comments and criticism and abuse about the way the last election was conducted, even if you weren't the clerk for that election. I just want to point everyone to two things. One, we did release a memorandum earlier in August. It's in the e-learning center that really outlines all the things that you can and cannot do in terms of giving people access to election equipment and records. It's not really any new information, but it just summarizes like why people can't come in and do a forensic image of your voting tabulator. And the way to handle it, if people do want to look at things like ballots or tabular tapes, which they do have the right to do. So just that's a reference. It's in the e-learning center. It was circulated in the news update. The other thing I wanted to mention to people is we have heard from the FBI and the Department of Justice that they are prioritizing threats against election officials as an area of enforcement. So if you're getting threats, of course, if it's an emergency, you should always contact local law enforcement first. But the DOJ is asking that you report those to the federal authorities as well, so they can make that part of their nationwide focus on protecting election officials throughout the country. We're going to be posting soon, if we haven't already, the updated list of the election crime coordinator for the state of Michigan at the federal level. So we'll have more information about that, but I just want to let you know because that's a fairly recent development. So with that, I'm very happy to actually talk about the future instead of continue to talk about 2020. A couple of basics just about redistricting and why we do it. Both the Michigan Constitution and our state laws do require the redrawing of a bunch of our districts after each decennial census. It also requires, of course, counties to redraw their county commission lines, as well as similar requirements in a lot of municipal charters that require those lines to be withdrawn as well. The reason we do this is basically because populations, people move around, as we saw with the new census data that's been coming out. Districts change sizes, people move, so we want to keep a basic rough idea of equal population and fair representation across our districts. That's basically why we're doing this. What's different this year is the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. I know you're all very familiar with Proposal 2018-3. It changed your lives quite a bit. But 2018-2, you're also probably familiar with 2018-1 because of all the marijuana billboards you see on the highway, as well as the various charter amendments and other issues that you've gotten with that. So all three of those proposals affect your lives. Proposal 2018-2 was the one that dealt with the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. We actually did used to have a redistricting commission in the Michigan Constitution many decades ago. It kind of became defunct. But this replaced the old process where it was done by the legislature with a citizens commission. It is made up of, first of all, it's autonomous. They don't report to us or to anybody else. They're an independent commission. They have 13 people who were voters who were randomly selected. There were about 10,000 people who applied statewide, which is pretty good. More than we've seen in other states that had similar setups. So we're happy to see the level of participation there. But once those 10,000 applied, there was basically a random selection process. There were some caveats to that. It had to be 4 Democrats, 4 Republicans, and 5 people who didn't affiliate with either of those two parties. And then also the majority and minority leaders of each chamber in the state legislature got to strike some people, kind of like jury strikes, if they thought they wouldn't be fair or otherwise appropriate members of the commission. So, but with that said, it was otherwise completely random. And so there are a few things that sort of govern their work. They have to have, to actually pass the maps ultimately, they need a vote of 9 out of 13, so it's a supermajority requirement. They also have to pass those maps with at least one of the Democrats, one of the Republicans, and at least one, I think, of the non-affiliated people, maybe 2. I think it's 1. But in any case, there needs to be a significant and bipartisan and also nonpartisan or not major partisan agreement with the maps that they draw. So there's a lot of protections in place to ensure that there's a fair amount of consensus around what they end up doing. So the commission doesn't draw everything. They don't draw every single district in the state, but they do draw the United States Congress districts and the state house and the state senate districts. They have to have at least 10 public hearings, although they're having a lot more than that. And they have to provide 45 days of public comment before they put their maps in place, which is relevant to the timing, as I'll describe in a bit. But I do want to note that they're actually meeting today. I think they're also meeting tomorrow and Friday. They're having a whole bunch of public meetings. The meeting schedule is available at michigan.gov/MICRC. So if any of your voters, constituents, or if you are interested in participating in any of their meetings, providing testimony, feedback on maps, or otherwise, their schedule is posted online, and all their meetings, I believe all their meetings are live streamed, but now that they're back to in-person meetings, I don't know whether or not you can participate remotely. We do have a role in this, or the Secretary of State does have a role in this. Although they are an independent commission, we kind of serve as the secretary of the MICRC, or really the Secretary of State does, not specifically the Bureau. But we were administering the application process, and that's why we were pleased with the number of people who ended up applying. The application and selection, which was done basically with a random drawing, but we had to hire a contractor to do that. And then we serve as the secretary without a vote of the commission, so basically take minutes and otherwise. So that they have moved a lot of that to some of the staff that they've hired. So what do they have to do to draw these districts? Well, they have a lot of different things they have to keep in mind. The goal behind the proposal was basically to take partisan gerrymandering out of the process, or to take kind of the incumbent advantage that was sometimes prioritized when legislators drew these districts, and replace it with some standards that have to be followed by an independent body. So the criteria that they have to follow, you can actually get more detail on this if you read the constitutional amendment, which is quite lengthy. But there has to be equal population. They have to comply with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws. They have to be geographically contiguous. They have to consider communities of interest. They have to consider partisan fairness. They are supposed to disregard political incumbents. They are supposed to respect local government boundaries, and they're supposed to consider compactness. That's obviously a lot of things to consider at once. It's not a unique thing to the MICRC or this process, but it is often difficult to reconcile all these different considerations with coming up with a set of districts. And of course, you can't completely accomplish all of these goals perfectly at the same time. So it's the commission's job to try to balance these things and come up with maps that are fair. I will note that there's quite a few, there's quite a bit of federal requirements here, both with the Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, some things in the Constitution that place a lot of additional limitations and protections around the drawing of districts. So it's not just in our state law, but they also have to be aware of some of the federal requirements as well. So there's a lot to balance there. That's one challenge they have. The other challenge they have is that this whole thing was set up with the idea that we were going to get our census data for redistricting in April. That did not happen. There's two main kinds of census data that are used for election purposes. One is the apportionment data. So that's not like county commission apportionment, but congressional apportionment. So that's what determines how many congressional seats and how many votes the electoral college each state has. So that was released earlier in the year, and that's where unfortunately we lost a congressional seat. But the more detailed data, which has information at the census block level and much more detailed population analysis and demographic analysis, is the redistricting data. And that is normally, in a normal decennial, post-decennial year, that is normally released in April. But this year, because of delays associated with COVID-19, we ended up getting it a lot later. The date that the Census Bureau gave us to give us the official final census redistricting data was September 30th. So that's about 5-6 months later than we would have gotten it. They did release about a couple weeks ago a version of the data which is in legacy format. So it has information you can use for redistricting, but the data is kind of raw and not as easy to use. But that data is available, and the Redistricting Commission has been starting to work with it. But nonetheless, they were expected to have this back in April. The problem with that is that the Constitution requires that they're supposed to have their maps drawn by September 17th. They're then supposed to allow 45 days of public comment, and then adopt the maps by November 1st. So that's not likely going to be possible, or almost certainly will not be possible, because of the census data coming in late. So they're working actively on this now, but there's not going to be enough time, according to the commission, to get all that done in a matter of weeks when they're expecting to have several months to work on it. So what will that mean? I think the commission had asked the Supreme Court, the Michigan Supreme Court, for more time because of the census delay. The Michigan Supreme Court didn't act on that. They basically, they just decided not basically to grant proactively an extension of the deadline. But there may be some, when these maps eventually come in, which will be later than November 1st, there may be some additional action in the courts or otherwise. But I think they're hoping to get the maps done by the end of the year, which will be a challenge for us, but I think is about as good as they can do with the amount of time they have. So what does that mean for us? So it means we don't know exactly when the maps are going to be final. This isn't even counting the possibility of lawsuits or other things that could slow down the process, which we see all the time. But what we ultimately have to do, we and you, is we have to take these new maps and we have to turn them into ballots to make sure that every voter across the state gets the right ballot with all the different district layers they have. There's 19, I think, different types of districts in Michigan. Only 3 of those are drawn by the commission, but a lot of the other ones are changing as well. So after they complete their work, that's where we begin our work to get these in the maps and to update the QBF. So here's kind of just what we have to do to make this happen. As I said, we don't know when for sure the MICRC is going to have their final maps, but we all need to work back from 2022 to actually get these maps implemented and also get all the voters in the right place to get them the right ballots for that election. So you're all familiar with the general approach here, but obviously, although the general elections in November 2022, a lot of things happened before that. We really need to hit the August primary election, not the general. People need to start getting their absentee ballots in June. Ballots need to be printed at the beginning of June. Everyone's got to get the right one, of course. And then we also have a period before that where candidates are now filing to run for office in all of these new districts. And of course, as you know, there's never any controversy over people filing their candidate paperwork. No one ever challenges that. I think we can anticipate a more difficult season for candidate challenges because of the new districts, but maybe more residence-related issues or otherwise. So I think we can anticipate a robust several-week period where the signatures and the filings are being reviewed for candidates. We are, and the deadline for people to file for office is April 19th, 2022. So that's really kind of the deadline, at least for some of the districts, but we need to make sure all the voters are in the right place in the qualified voter file. We will use the qualified voter file, for example, when we're reviewing petitions that were submitted by congressional candidates or state legislative candidates. If there's questions about whether the voters who signed those petitions live in the proper district, we'll use the qualified voter file for that. So we, of course, need to have people in the right place. We can't be using the 2010 districts to determine if somebody who signed a state rep or congressional candidate's petition actually lives in that district. So that's the deadline we kind of have to hit. But of course, at the same time, as we're going to discuss in more detail, you also have a deadline of April 4th when you have to have your new precincts drawn. Because it is a post-decennial census year, you get more time than you normally would. Normally, the deadline would be back in January, which would have been impossible. The district's not even probably drawn yet, or maybe just having been drawn. But you still only have until April 4th to redo your precincts. So at the same time as we are putting in these new districts, you're going to have to look at that when you're drawing new precincts, both the congressional, state rep, state senate, but more likely smaller districts, to make sure we're avoiding splits. And then we need to get all those in the qualified voter file as well. So we have to do basically all these things at once. So what do we have to do with QBF? Well, as you all know, we have about 8 million registered voters in Michigan. We don't have 8 million addresses, because a lot of voters live at the same address, but we have several million addresses in the qualified voter file street index. So what we need to do is basically 2 things. One, we need to make sure that the qualified voter file reflects the new district lines. So the lines that are currently in the qualified voter file, we need to replace those with the new lines. The second thing we need to do is anywhere where there's an address in the qualified voter file where a district has changed or multiple districts have changed, we have to make sure that every single address that is in one of those places where something has changed has moved into the new district. And so we have to do that for 19 different district layers across the entire state. There's a lot of ways we can do this. We don't have to go one by one through the 3 million records and update them.
Thanks, Jonathan. I just had a quick question on that last slide. I've asked for several years, but is there any movement on QBF having a GIS-based street index to help eliminate errors?
Yes, I was about to get to that. Thank you for asking that question. There is an update. I'm not sure everyone's going to love the update, but there is an update. So that is part of the thing we're looking at. So yeah, let's go for the next slide. So there's a few different ways we can do this. We don't have to move everybody one by one. We obviously have the ability to make what we call global moves, where if all of the UP somehow moves from congressional district 1 to congressional district 2, we can obviously make that batch move for all of them at once. And then we can do that at a smaller level as well, within cities and districts and precincts as well. But there are a lot that we have to do that are addressed by address. So that's the part that's going to take several months, is going through the smaller ones where there's maybe a district line that cuts across a municipality, maybe even cuts across a precinct. And we really have to make sure that we're going at the micro level to get everybody in the right district. So that's what's really going to take the most time here. And then we do have to do the precinct changes in April, working around that May election, for clerks to have elections in May, to basically get all these district and precinct changes in and then review the changes. That's okay. No, I feel the same way. So here's just kind of a final overview of like what this process looks like. I will say that in 2010, it took us about 6 months to get the new districts in place. We're not going to have 6 months. We would have had 6 months. We wouldn't even really have had 6 months if they finished November 1st. But we're probably going to have somewhere around 4, maybe 4.5 months between when we get the state level districts to April 19th, where we have to do the candidate signature filing deadline. So that process, that full 4 months plus, is going to be a really busy time for us and for you in terms of us putting the new districts in place, and you, of course, like reviewing those changes and making sure that your districts are all right. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth between DOE staff and clerks to put in the new districts and to verify information is correct. There's a couple things that we're doing to try to make that process a little less painful. So Jackie's question was basically about the modernization of the qualified voter file in terms of addresses. So there's basically 2 ways that you can capture addresses or a map in a voter database. One is what we have, which is an old-fashioned tabular system where we just have an index or a range of streets. You're all familiar with that process. We have to submit a street index request. We basically just have a list of ranges of addresses that we have to go through manually. The better way to do it, the more modern way to do it, is with a GIS, Geographic Information System, or geospatial. There's a lot of different words for it, but basically it's something that reflects actual geography, like points on a map that we can use to move things much more efficiently. The qualified voter file, when we redesigned it with QVF refresh, now does have the capability to work as a geospatial or GIS-based system, but the process of moving it over takes several years, and it's not something that we're going to be able to do fully in time for redistricting, which is very unfortunate because it would make the process much easier. But we are looking at some options for parts of the state, counties that already have pretty sophisticated GIS systems set up, to see if we can maybe do some chunks of the state, some counties using the GIS system. That would allow us to move addresses much more efficiently. It would still be time consuming, but basically for those parts of the state, we would then be able to move addresses with points on a map instead of having to look up ranges. If we can do it that way, those counties go faster, and then we also have more resources to devote to the parts of the state that don't have that. So it really help everybody if we're able to do that. And so that's one of the 2 big things that we're working on this year, is trying to get at least partially the qualified voter file to work as a GIS-based system to start moving addresses over. The other thing that we're doing is working to replace the system that we used 10 years ago, which was basically a bunch of emails, with a module within qualified voter file that we can use to trade information about changes to districts. So I think Christy is going to give you a very high level description of that, that when we actually put it into place, we're going to have training modules and an explanation from the QVF experts who are designing the system. But it's basically going to be kind of a portal that you can access through QVF, where we can more efficiently trade information about district updates. So those are the 2 things that we're mainly doing to try to speed the process up. But it's definitely going to be a huge project for all of us in the early part of 2021. Last thing I'm going to touch on in the hand off to Christy is just a quick note on county commission apportionment. The county clerks were very concerned about this last week. I don't think you're all going to care quite as much, but it affects you too. The other thing that has to happen with the census data is that within 60 days of the release of the official census data, the county commission districts have to be redrawn. And they call this county commission apportionment, which is very confusing because it's really like, it has nothing to do with census apportionment data, which is statewide, but it's basically census county commission redistricting. We did build a tool for the counties to use if they want that allows them to use the census blocks to redraw their county commission districts. This should help some counties get those districts done a little quicker and a little easier, which should make it easier for you as well in terms of looking at that for your precincts. But the tool is optional, so not every county has to do it. Final thing I want to note on this is that the tool that we built, which was actually released today, does work with either the old census format census data that was released on August 12th or the new data. There is a question that's going around about whether the 60 days that the counties have to redo these districts starts on August 12th when the legacy data came out, or on September 30th when what we think is the official data came out. We think it's September 30th, but the counties can start now. So some of them are starting now, basically just in case August 12th is the deadline, and we have asked for the AG to weigh in on this, so we should have some more clarity on it. But the point is, counties can start doing the districts now, and frankly, they should be done with either deadline. They should be done well in advance of when you have to redo your precincts. So that's just something else that's going on. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Christy. We should have some time for questions, I hope, but I will pass it off to her. And thanks again, everyone.
Good afternoon. So glad to be here with you all in person and some folks that are still virtual. Christy Dugan with Michigan Bureau of Elections, and we are really looking forward to being able to do some more of these in-person things, so to see all of your faces, whether still just the eyes or the rest of them. So as local clerks, you're going to have some responsibilities that maybe you haven't heard of, or you heard us talk about in training, where you're like, oh, they mentioned the election commission. You're dealing with them with appointing your election inspectors and so forth, but now they're going to get involved a little bit more with the drawing of the precinct boundary lines. So that's just the first slide that we have up here. In a township, the approval of precinct line alterations, they got to be granted by the local election commission. Same thing with the cities and charter townships and the makeup of that with the cities. You look to your charter as to who those individuals are. So now might be the time to put those individuals on notice that they may have to take a bit more of an active role, so it doesn't all fully fall on the shoulders of the clerk. And you know your communities, those other elected officials know the communities and the dynamics of your precinct. So as far as local dates and deadlines for that, Jonathan already noted that in the year following the census, you get a little bit longer deadline to reset those lines, because we need to know what those maps are and to make accommodations. So April 4th is the drop dead deadline for redrawing your precinct boundary lines and adopting those with your election commission. So, and just a reminder that any resolution for those precinct boundary lines do need to be submitted to the Bureau of Elections, and we'll follow up as deadlines come to bear that, what we need at those times as well. And of course, any election commission meeting, we want to remind you that it is a public body subject to the Open Meetings Act. So whenever you do plan that meeting, you got to make sure you post it 18 hours ahead. So when you're kind of educating your fellow election commissioners as to what are precinct boundary lines, you can provide them with this section of law where it's a clearly observable boundary. And whether it's a named road or street, or a highway, or a river or stream, or a county drain. Otherwise, sometimes there's, for some of our college towns, it's a specific dorm or an apartment building or something to that effect. Could be a village or school district boundary lines. And I always like to use my hometown as an example. My township clerk is very fortunate because our village is wholly contained in one precinct. And she's probably looking forward to expanding the boundary or the precinct sizes because we're growing. But that can be helpful with the splits. So another thing to consider when changing precinct boundary lines may lead to the need to adjust your polling places. Because you're also going to be thinking about your polling places and where these precincts will be sent to vote, and whether you have a polling place that has multiple precincts that meet, it's large enough, and you're going to look within those precinct boundary lines as to are you increasing the number of registered voters? And so if I have two precincts voting in one place, am I supersizing one of my precincts more than I did because the boundary lines are shifting and so forth? So
that is just something to kind of have on the background thought of precinct boundary line. This is where I remind you, as the middle school teacher coming out, when I remind you that precinct boundary lines are different than polling places. The deadlines are different, and the bodies that approve them are different. So with the precincts, your boundary lines are your local election commission, and the deadline is now 120 days out from the primary for this one. But the polling place itself, if you don't want to stress too far ahead, you're thinking, oh my goodness, the school's not going to let me in, or I have to set that to at the same time that we do the precinct boundary lines. But polling places can be established no later than 60 days before an election. So you could have an unofficial plan in your head for where your precincts are going to go actually physically vote a little bit later. And then the polling places are established by your legislative body. So you do have to bring those in front of your city or township board. So other considerations when you're thinking about the election commission and decisions to make when you get those legislative and county commission maps are split precincts. And split precincts are when you have multiple ballot styles due to different U.S. House or legislative districts. We're also thinking about school districts and village districts that also layer on top of those different legislative districts. And of course, that impacts the issuance of absent voter ballots and the management of election day ballots. And I was talking to somebody earlier about wanting to keep things as straightforward as possible for certainly clerk and clerk staff who, you have enough to deal with making sure you get that right ballot and the right envelope out to the correct voter. And the same thing for your election workers on election day. I don't know, I think I've heard 6 to 8 splits in a precinct at the most, just due to the school boards. And that's, while it can be managed, sometimes it's unavoidable, but we want you to be conscious of that. And so when that, in redrawing your precinct boundary line gives you the advantage to think about reducing the number of splits and the number of ballot styles, and hopefully in the long run reduces the amount of stress that you have prior to election day and on election day with assigned ballots. That's my optimistic approach to that. So once you're kind of going through this process to, and all your considerations, whether they, be resource management and boundary lines, you're going to have to update, you're going to have to go to some other tasks that there's some of these things that you can start thinking about now as a clerk, even without the maps and without the things from the county, because there's going to be the need to update the street index. So whenever a precinct or district boundary line changes, those values in the street index must be updated. And so this is the part of the presentation where I wish I was Nicholas Dom, if you've ever worked with Nicholas in our office, but I am not. And he sent these to us, and so bear with us. But he encourages us to use authoritative data. So those precinct maps, the new federal, state, and county district maps. So in the long run, this is what once you get those maps, you're going to have to use those to be able to input, to make sure your street index is updated. You're going to have to translate the maps, which are just our physical picture maps, into the QBF street segments. And so a street segment in the QBF is, of course, the number series on a street that, the voters within a certain street, within a certain number series, odd or even, you could have, certainly multiple street segments on the same street. So assigning new precinct and district value to an existing street segment, or split an existing street segment and then assign the new. So it's going to be, hopefully you get your detail person in the office or your numbers person that kind of looks at the logic of things and gets to understand. So I would encourage you, because of the information that you're going to have to put into the QBF street index in after the first of the year or so, get to know it now. Get to know how to utilize your street index even now and what the pieces and parts are. and understanding it so that it's not all completely green after the first year. So precinct changes that when you have to submit to our office, the QBF, what you need to be inputted into the QBF. You're going to need a map of your current precinct boundaries. So that's something you could do now. You can organize right now your maps of your current precinct boundaries and making sure you have those. And then a map of your new or proposed precinct boundaries or what you want inputted into the QBF. And then a signed copy of resolution from your election commission approving those changes. And then, like I said, you gotta get to know what the street index does. We're gonna need a marked up street index listing report or any digital changes in the QBF if we are able to tweak that module enough for you to utilize to do it more electronically. So that's something that you can cross your fingers on and hope that we can push some of the tech folks on that so we can make that an available tool for you. And a written description of your new precinct boundaries and a list of all precincts, including the name and addresses of the polling places for those precincts. So it's pretty comprehensive. Don't think we'll never show this to you again. Don't worry. I'll make sure to get this presentation to the board so that they can disseminate as they do, and certainly we'll be following up on that too. So when updating the street index, we've already talked about this, that the redistricting tools are being developed and may be available in a module in the QBF. So certainly just keep sending your positive vibes and hope on that. So the tools will allow you to assign the new precinct district values or split the street segments and then assign the new on top of that. So then that would help us if we get to that point, not have to have that hard copy marked up version. I mean, that's our wildest dream too, because we might be good bureaucrats, but the paperwork is don't dream of that. So, and then the district changes, we would ask you to submit the following marked up or if available in digital. So precinct and geography side, all addresses, just adding new streets and that is a separate process. So the thing we want to point out here is, and you might want to think about your street index now and making sure you have all of your updated streets and street segments in the QBF or in the street index now. Have you added any subdivisions? Have you added any permanent homes in your communities where maybe you had just seasonal lake homes, but now all of a sudden, you've got folks registering to vote there because they put some insulation in. Make sure you get those addresses into the street index now, because we're not going to let you add them during the redistricting period. That's just going to be enough. So it's a good time to make some adjustments on the street index. And a reminder that at this point in time, precincts cannot contain more than 2,999 active voters. Nicholas thinks the GIS may help with that. And other considerations when thinking about your precinct sizes and the boundary lines that kind of the training staff put together is thinking about resource allocation. It's more than just moving people around. It's knowing what type of community or how active the voters are of that precinct that you're putting into together, or maybe you've got a higher AV turnout in one precinct or one area or another. What's your resource allocation for that precinct? And then if you have shared polling places and their location and availability, the volume of the voters that we walk in through the door. So those are some of those maybe not so tangible things that you as clerks might be able to input with your local election commission making their considerations. So other important steps, notify all appropriate agencies of the changes, like state, county, school. The school district might need to know some of those changes. Update your jurisdictional maps to reflect the changes, and your county GIS, your website, any other public documents. So as you know, the clerk's job is never done. There's probably a lot more folks that this is going to touch. And then educate your voters on the changes. Utilize
your social media, your website, local postings and publications. Maybe you get your League of Women Voters in the area involved with saying their lines have been redrawn and this is why it's a good thing. So, and then, there's gonna be something after you get all through all that. You have to send out new voter information cards to the voters. So an updated voter identification card does need to be sent to each and every voter if it's affected by a permanent voting district change, or precinct reassignment. So this is, so everyone that's gonna have a change in that congressional number, or even a county commissioner district or precinct number, will need a new voter ID card. So this will then, of course, turn into a lot of returned mail to your office. So this is a list maintenance opportunity. And you might have noticed recently, our office released a module as part of the continuing education of clerks about regular list maintenance and returned mail and how to treat that. So if you or your staff still need to take that module, it might inform that. We have a quick guide even that you could print off and have next to the computer and ready for whichever staff is going to be working through all of these. And so, voter information cards are important to get out to your voters, and it'll, and that's part of the education part. Some voters say, well, yes, I knew I was registered to vote. Why are they receiving this? And so that's a good thing. So, thank you for listening to us. Like I said, I hope that, I could carry that off as well as Nicholas would about the street index, but if you have more intricate questions about the workings of the street index, Nicholas's contact is there, and of course other resources that are available. Our chapter 14 of the elections accreditation manual is available. We will put out a redistricting module for as you add staff and need to educate your offices on this, or maybe your election commission. You can watch this. Why are they doing this stuff? And then, of course, always monitor future news updates. Like I said, this isn't going to be the last time we talk to you about this. This is really kind of the first time we're coming out to talk to you. And thank the board for having the foresight to do this. And so right now, I guess we'll kind of do questions. It looks like Jonathan's hot seat right here.
You've got a microphone too. Yeah, I mean, depending on the question. Any questions about redistricting?
Hi, I'm Michelle from the City of Flushing. We've been talking with Nicholas before 2020 happened about the situation that we have in the city, and some other cities and towns might have it as well. Our charter requires that we have districts as well as precincts. So a district acts like a ward, but the voters aren't exclusive to the ward. So when a district chooses who they're going to put on the ballot to represent them, the entire city votes for that person. At the time, he couldn't figure out a way to include that in QBL, and I'm wondering if there's been any updates made to that.
I'm sorry, but I don't know the answer to that. I will have to ask Nicholas. But to clarify, these are their districts. Did you say that they're citywide though?
4 of them are districts that are, the representative is chosen by the district. So the petitions are signed by the district, but they're all elected citywide.
Okay, I see. So yeah, I'll have to ask Nicholas about that. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer.
Hi, I'm from Highland Park. So this is my first statewide redistricting. So I hope this question doesn't come across as dumb, but my grandmother always said there's no such thing as a dumb question except for the one that you're gonna ask. So since we're all here, I'm gonna ask. So based on what I hear, I don't know if I'm making this up or I'm hearing it wrong, are you saying that it's possible that because of the census, like our city could be split? So like say we might be the 3rd district. like part of our city could be the third district, a part could be the second, our whole city, although it's only 2.9 miles, that could really be a thing.
It is possible that would happen. Because, I mean, you know, it could be split in any number of ways, but I mean, you could have a congressional district that goes through it, or a state house district that goes through it, or a state senate district that goes through it, or multiple ones of those. The commission, when they redraw those districts, they are supposed to consider the boundaries of local jurisdictions. So one thing they're supposed to consider is, let's try to not have the state house district go right through the middle of Highland Park. But they're also supposed to consider a bunch of other things. So in balancing all those together, it is inevitable, I think, that at least some places are gonna have a line go through them. Highland Park, you know, it's a small area, but it's also a densely populated area. You know, it seems plausible that might happen, but that's ultimately gonna be something for the commission. That also, I think, underscores the importance of these meetings the commission's having. Because when members of the public go to those commission meetings, they can share that kind of feedback. It's relevant to the commission if they hear from a bunch of people in the community that say, we all want to be in one district. Or maybe some of them don't, you know. But whatever it is, the public meetings are a great opportunity to share that with the people who decide ultimately what the districts are.
Hi, Jonathan. You listed April 4th as the deadline for precinct boundary changes. Is there a different deadline for wards? Because we're looking at council members that run by ward, and you have an April 19th filing deadline.
So that's the, right. So your ward deadlines would be defined by the city charter, not by, like when you have to redraw those are defined by the city charter, not by the state level. In terms of deadlines for filing, that may be a conflict with state law, because I think what we typically say is that regardless of what the city deadlines are for filing, the state deadlines govern that. So it could, sorry? Yeah, right, so that could, I mean, that would be something that the city would have to sort of, I mean, we could obviously help you think through it, but it'd be something the city would have to work through with council, a local council, in terms of if you're gonna be drawing districts too late for people to file with the state deadlines for those offices. Christie's nodding, so I think I'm right. Yeah, so Jackie said that in 2011, Ann Arbor was done, as I'm sure a bunch of other cities were at this time. So this does underscore some of the effects that the census delay has. You know, typically you might have cities that could have gotten started and finished their boundaries even before the state level boundaries were set, but obviously that's not happening this time. Okay. Well, so I mean, it's going to be a big project. You know, I don't think this should terrify you after everything that you've been through in the last 2 years, unless this is just the last straw. But I mean, it is going to be our biggest project for the beginning of next year. So like, it's, you know, I mean, this is a big deal. It's something that will occupy the majority of our time in the spring, and a lot of your time as well. We are spending a lot of our time now getting ready for it, though, and we have been for most of the year. So it's, you know, the work that we're doing to improve the street index process, you know, it won't make it easy, but I think it'll make it, we're gonna have a lot more tools at our disposal this time than we had 10 years ago, let's say.
Okay, Debbie Wilson, City of Wellington. I didn't understand that. Did you take it for that question? My question is the same thing. Could you repeat that? Because our city charter just says that, doesn't refer to when the boards need to be equal. It just refers that they have to be equal after the census. So there's no deadline. So I'm looking at April 4th deadline for redistricting our wards, and then April 19th filing deadline for petitions. Is that true? I didn't quite get that, so I want to hear it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think each city needs to determine what, you know, how to best reconcile their requirements with what the state filing deadlines are. So that's why we always say you should check with your local council, but these are what the state deadlines are. But yeah, I mean, the sooner that the wards, the sooner that the wards or other districts can be established, the better. Because ideally you'd want to do that before you do precincts, regardless, I would think. But yes, ultimately, if they're too late, if the lines are drawn too late, it would create a problem for people to meet that filing deadline. So that's definitely an important consideration for the fall and the early part of 2022.
So that when we do create those and we get them adopted, resolutions and everything else and send them out to you guys, it can be before April 4th and it could be finished before April 4th.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. Okay, my next question is, because I have a school right now that's being torn down, and so that's my first ward. So I have to look for a location, but the brain don't have a manage in that for any reason, but, you never know with marijuana stuff. Oh, but, okay, so I was proposing to use our community room in our city hall for that new ward location for voting, but I already made my council changes for third ward. And I got a little nervous when they said you can't have a maximum of 2,999 voters in one precinct location or one building.
It's just precincts. You could have multiple precincts in one location. You could even have them in the same room if you wanted to.
Yeah, but if that population number, that number doesn't matter. So then, if that word isn't in that, located in that word, it doesn't matter, correct? Because I don't have any other location in first ward right now to put because we have no other nonprofit or, school or.
Correct. That's a good point to make, is like, does the precinct itself or the ward have to vote in a polling place within that precinct or ward? They do not. So don't get too hung up on that. So you can have up to 6 precincts in a polling place. Now, that should be the biggest gymnasium I ever saw, but, your activity of your voting, a lot of them voting EV, but that's, so just to reiterate, the difference between precincts and polling places, those deadlines are different, but then also there's not a population cap, I guess, unless it's 6 times 3,000, so.
Thank you.
So, Jonathan, I'm Mary Clark from Polk Township. So, if, I already have 4 possibilities, 4 different versions of my map. So, if I submit mine January 2nd, how are you queuing up submissions? Are they by when they come in, or are they, do townships risk getting bumped by cities who may or may not be on schedule? I mean, how are you gonna do this? Not to put you on the spot, but I'm putting you on the spot.
So, I mean, we're gonna do, in general, we're gonna do districts before we do precincts, but that's because we assume we're gonna have the districts earlier than the precincts in most cases. For the precincts, the only thing that we've decided is that we're gonna work around that May election. So we're unless, so if you have an election in May 2022, and I hope you don't, but if you have an election in May 2022, it's gonna be probably not feasible for anybody to try to move your precincts in street index, in April, right before that. But, so that's the only thing that we've sort of decided for sure. Now, having said that, if you have a May election, but you have your precincts done by January, then we might be able to do you in that earlier group. But we're gonna be doing the precincts basically on a rolling basis as we get them, I think is the plan. Okay, we have one more thing that Christy's gonna cover, and then we'll be around, at least for some time. So thanks again, everyone, for making time for us today.
Oh,
we do have to do, oh, we have, sorry.
Sorry, just had one more, just to bash Ann Arbor Charter Township. I just wanted to confirm what I think I heard, which is that when the big three districts are created by the Redistricting Commission, and that geospatial data is conveyed to the Bureau of Elections, that you will magically make that data appear inside the QBF, and that we are not going through the street index line by line and street by street importing, writing in that data by hand. I hope I heard that correctly.
It won't be magical. The closest thing to magical would be GIS, which we unfortunately don't have statewide. I think it's fair to say that we will take on the majority, if not all, of moving those districts into the street index. There may be some things, though, that we need the local jurisdictions to review to make sure that we're getting it accurate. So I can't say for sure that local folks won't have any responsibilities or roles in making sure those districts get in, but I do think it's fair to say that we expect to do the vast majority of that work.
One final wrinkle with all of this is if you live in the two state or conduct elections in the two state Senate districts that just held a special primary and will have a general, or the two cities that had a state house candidate that won a primary and appears to possibly be en route to win their general in November. There's a possibility there will be 4 vacancies created in those state house seats if those 2 for the Senate and the 2 for the local offices achieve their election to those other seats. Then in the event the governor or whatever local charter, if the governor calls special elections in those state house seats that would be vacant, those candidates would file under the old precincts. And it will be an interesting ballot as well. So I'm sure you're very excited. I live in one of those state senate seats too, so as a voter, it'll be interesting to feel your pain. So it's something to just be conscious of if you live in those seats. And we'll work with you on it for sure.
Thanks for having us. We really appreciate it.
So thank you again to Jonathan and Christy and team. It was all very insightful. This afternoon, after the break, we are going to be kind of covering a lot of the same topics, but just from a local perspective. So we have a really great panel that is going to be talking to you in just a few minutes. So right now, we are going to go on break. Just a reminder, silent auction ends promptly at 3:10. So as you go out to use the restroom or whatnot, stop by the auction table, and then we will start back here at 3:15. Thank you.
I mean, we don't. I don't think they should anymore.
Right. Did you? I have, yeah. I mean, I had to do it.
Oh, no, I'm on the other side.
Go back. Put it back. Oh, that happened. It's that memory freeze in the office.
Yeah. Where did she get scared? They have made mistakes.
This will be our first time doing it.
It's the first time they are.
They're really special election. On the ballot, you finish term, and any term.
She did. But it would have to suddenly appear.
I know, over there. Local.
Yeah.
So that's good. My computer just started.
Mine last time, I said, always done. Yours too, everybody's county on the list. Just so
These are precinct 5 and 6 is combined. So they're on the same ballot. But yeah. And I looked at Five and 6 are one ballot. So that's when I was thinking it's just I don't just wait because you notice how they can do a dash. Right, and then the ballot. Dash on the ballot. That's true. I mean, it doesn't really matter. That might be more confusing reasons like inspectors.
The silent auction closes in 1 minute.
It is cute, I like it. Yeah. Oh, of course. Right. He didn't even notice.
I was looking to see cheap dating. No, that's why they do it only to stay.
The silent auction is now closed. And we will be naming off winners. So if I could have everybody's attention while you're kind of sitting around and gathering your last minute stuff. I'm going to read off the names of the winners real quick. So the Patricia Nash leather purse is Jackie Beaudry. The Yummy Snack is Diane LaPlank. The House and Harbor candle, one is Diane Morrison. Wine art, Kathy LaCroix. The handcrafted Michigan cutting board is Tara McLinden. The iconic Michigan coasters is Deanna Jansen. The other Harbor and House artisan soy candle is, well, that would be me, because I outbid all you other people. Michigan Wine and Stoppers is Tammy Guffel. The Michigan Staycation Package is KP Mahoney. The Discover Williamston Basket is Christy Cheese. The U of M hoodie and such is Betty Tezak. And we are sold out of the portfolios. So in order to pay, we can only accept cash or check today. If you do not have a check and you want to pay cash or you need to go to an ATM, there is an ATM downstairs. And please see Leanne Scott, who is our treasurer. Thank you. Brenda Butler Chandler, are you still there? How about Catherine Trapp? Michael Secret? And Ellen?
Are you even recording these breaks?
It's because it has to be one continuous live stream. Otherwise, you get all over your head.
Hope I'm not. I hope I'm
No break.
have enough going on in November.
Yeah.
anyway. So, well, it's good enough.
We have more portfolios. If you were asking for a portfolio, they are available. You can go back. $20. Best 20 you'll ever spend. Okay, we have 30.
Spilling all over. So you can hear me.
Okay, if everybody can take their seats, please. All right, so I hope we had a good break. Congratulations to the auction winners. We had a lot of great things as well in the auction. Normally at conference, for those of you who have not been to conference, we have quite a big auction room, so to speak. So this is kind of just a mini thing, because I know, we didn't get to do it last year, so, or earlier this year. So the next thing on our agenda is redistricting, what every clerk needs to know and do. So who in the audience right now is, I don't know, a little bit terrified because of what the Bureau told us? Yeah, there's lots of hands going up. So redistricting is a very big deal. And so MAMC, the board decided to, push redistricting for Free Ed Day. That's the primary reason why we do have a live stream, all of you who are watching us from your office or at home. The topic is so extremely important that we felt it was necessary to try to reach as many people as possible. I noticed that a lot of clerks, I'm seeing some empty seats here. That's kind of disappointing because they're going to be missing out on a lot of really good firsthand information from clerks who have done this. So I want to introduce, on your redistricting panel today is Mary Clark, that's Township Clerk, Jackie Beaudry, Ann Arbor Clerk, Mary Katowski is the St. Clair Shore City Clerk, and Rena Bash, Ann Arbor Township Clerk. These four ladies have, by the way, the presentation from the Bureau and this presentation will be available to you after today's session. But these four ladies have been through redistricting before. They've hashed out a lot of different topics to cover. We are going to be echoing a lot of what the state said and the topics that they kind of brought up, but we wanted to prompt conversation between, you clerks at a local level and clerks that have already been there, done that sort of thing. So over the next hour and a half or so, hour and 45 minutes, we're going to talk about mapping, site selection, budget, community education, and finally preparing what you can start to do today to prepare. As you've heard from the Bureau, we are in really tight time frames, and we're I feel personally like we're already very behind. So in any case, we're going to get started now. The first topic is mapping, and Rena Bash is going to take over.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, I know you've heard it before, I'm gonna say it again, the high level, right, what we're doing when we're talking about mapping. And then we'll go down to the local level, like what are our responsibilities when we're talking about mapping? So the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, they draw the big three, right? They do the big congressional maps, the state house and the state senate maps. Then your county election commissioners, they draw the county commissioner district maps. Then your city, right, they draw the wards. And now it's down to us local clerks to look at all these things and to look at the overlay of all these different districts, and then put our local precinct boundaries down on top of all of it. And by the way, as was mentioned, we're trying to balance all these different things. You have to have your population requirements being less than 3,000 or 2,999. You have to consider the splits or all the different ballot styles, and you have to make sure that, this is my personal opinion, haven't been through this before, you should try to make the least amount of change possible. Think about all the changes that are going on, so if you can possibly minimize the change that you're doing, I recommend it. So you've heard a lot of tools mentioned, and they're listed up here. And I want everyone to make sure that you are familiar with what people are talking about, but also to make the decision, what is important to you? What are the tools that you're comfortable using? If people are talking about GIS and you have somebody on your staff, or you can get help from the county to do this in GIS, do it. If it doesn't make sense for you or it's overwhelming, there's nothing wrong with a paper map, right? And the street index, as we just heard, you're gonna have to go through possibly line by paper, or maybe we'll be lucky enough that there'll be an electronic import. So actually, Jackie, if you could advance the slide. So just to talk about, so people were talking about number of splits. So I'm representing the tiny municipalities up here, little tiny Ann Arbor Township. I have just under 4,000 voters. I have 9 splits. So we have 9 different ballot styles. So I know a lot of tiny townships don't understand when you start talking about splits, except that now with schools, you can have a conversation. Like you might be able to impact or reduce the number of your school splits if you manage to put your school districts into a single or individual precincts. But again, what's in my control, what's not in my control, that's a picture of, I just picked a road, Plymouth Road divides precinct 1 from precinct 2. But I also have House District 53 is inside the freeway ring, closer to Ann Arbor, they're township islands, and outside the freeway ring is a different House District 52, 53 inside, 52 outside. So that's an example of a split. I can't really control that, so that's not something that I can do. I see that we did not include a map that shows something that I can control. But maybe Jackie, go to the next slide. This is an example of one of the city of Ann Arbor's precincts, and you'll see that sort of curved line on the right actually follows the railroad tracks. And I happen to know that also follows one of our county commissioner district lines, because, by the way, in addition to having 2 house districts, I have 3 county commissioner districts that I have, that make up the splits. So
I can chime in. If you have the ability and you have more than 1 county commissioner, we worked at the last census with our county commission we used to have a ton of county commissioner splits, and we eliminated all but 4 of them, and we're working within both precincts and wards, and we asked the county commission, will you look at our ward map and draw your lines? You're gonna give us population base, we get 4 or 5, but just draw those lines. And they were doing just a cut across the center of the city, but our charter requires that our wards are pie-shaped out of the center of the city. So straight down the middle doesn't work for us. So if you can partner on your maps with your county, it's really helpful for eliminating split.
And I have 4 school districts that come together in a corner of my township. I'm gonna have split because they're too small, two of them, to be standalones, and it doesn't make sense to do anything other than I will have, always in November, I have 4 splits in that precinct. The other thing, I think it is, and Jackie talked about it, having a conversation with your county clerk. Like, we are in Delta, we're way ahead of our county clerk. So I have been trying to meet with her to show her what we're looking at and how that she might integrate that, because the tentative plan at the county level is not to change anything. But if we might be able to avoid a split if she'll change just a little bit. So we'll see. But having that conversation with your county clerk on the front end versus the back end can be helpful.
I'll just say one other thing about the GIS versus the table-based or tabular street index. If you have a GIS department, and I know a lot of you will probably say, no, I don't, but if you have access to someone who can do the mapping, we actually every even year download the entire QBF into a CSV file, and our GIS experts map that. So what that will do is they'll say, hey, you have a registered voter outside this 1-5 line on a map, but your street index says they're at 1-5. And so that has over the years made sure that that street index, you can put anything you want as the precinct, the county commissioner, but does it really line up on a map? So that's something, because the street index isn't a map, we are taking basically all of the QBF data and mapping it ourselves to make sure that our information is accurate. And if I can back up, you'll see that this is Ann Arbor Township, surrounded by, or the city of Ann Arbor is the white, and Rena is precinct 1 and 2. And so we have township islands, and taking advantage of actually mapping our data to make sure that we don't accidentally have one of Rena's islands on our street index. So for us, it's a big deal because of the fact that we still have islands within the city. And she's asking how we do that. So we take a CSV file of the voter list. And so everybody's address and their districts are in that file. And then our mapping experts put that on a map to tell us if, hey, I have a GIS map of State House 55 and you have people outside the limits assigned to 55, you have a problem.
And that leads me to another point, which is your municipality, you know where the borders of these new districts, when you look at a map. And so then now you're going to have to think about that, translating that into the QBF. If you, so for example, you know that a particular road divides either your precincts or a particular district. Know the even odd sides, right? You know your community, you know which is an even odds, and that chances are that somebody is going to use that road for a border. And then again, as was mentioned before, know the ranges of the addresses of the street as it comes through into your community and then passes through District 1 and District 2. If you know those ranges by either looking on a map, and then you can translate that easily, whether you're doing it electronically or having somebody do it in GIS, or whether you're doing it in tabular form. And then if you want to put the last slide up too.
And Raina, that's a good point, is if you're small and maybe you have one county commissioner, one state house, and you have 2 precincts, you could, without GIS on a map, are my evens and odds on the right side of this precinct line? I mean, you can just physically do that with an actual map.
So just to kind of summarize, for our responsibilities for mapping, obviously the population requirements, but something that hasn't really been discussed that I wanted to just mention. So all of this redistricting and census data and reapportionment work, the census is counting the population. But when we go to draw precincts, you have to count your voters, right? Kids don't vote, but kids are represented by government officials. So that's something that you're gonna have to keep in mind when you're drawing. So again, my opinion is the big three, obviously the population requirements, just make your life easy by doing what you can to reduce the splits, and then make your life and your voters easier by minimizing change. And so Jackie provided a visual here from the city of Ann Arbor in 2011, and when they went through and did their reapportionment, you can see that, basically the wards stayed the same and they were just adjusted around the edges. So that's easier for the majority of the voters.
There's a lot of data, Jonathan alluded to, that the raw data is out. If you have someone that can manipulate the raw data, but also Dave's Redistricting has done the data, so you can actually look at your current precinct boundaries, and it will tell you your population of what they are, their ages, so you can see how many voting age people that you have. There's a lot of data out there now, and that's why you can start thinking and looking at this. You may not use Dave's Redistricting in the end, but it gives you a lot of data, and so you can start looking at what you're facing. We had a 750, something like that, approximate population increase. So that's not a hard number to deal with when we have 33,000 residents, but a 750 population variation for someone who has 2,500, that's a significant difference, and you want to look at how does that impact what you're doing. So you can start looking at that stuff now, even if you're not ready to make a decision. Look at the data that's available and see what the possibilities are. Can I eliminate a split if I make this line here instead of there? Because even though we have county commission splits, because I have 6 county commissioners represent some or all of our township. And I have school district splits because we have 4 school districts. You can, even if you're comfortable and you have QBF people that are comfortable doing splits, you always have a greater chance of an error happening when you have splits. And that's the reason the state law is that you are supposed to avoid them where you can. We have 7 precincts in November, 5 precincts in November that have splits. So if I could take that down a little bit because of moving a line just a little bit with county commission, because it's so much easier now than 2011 because Dave's Redistricting didn't exist, for example, in 2011. You just have so many more tools now to kind of look, and then you can, you'll end up with a better product, I think.
Mary? Yeah. What are you referring to?
Dave's Redistricting, and you'll get it, we have resources at the end. It's a free online mapping tool, yeah. And I am not a computer person, believe me, but I have a super precinct chair that is very computer, totally into election law and redistricting, and he watches committee testimony, he watches our township boards. I mean, I love him to death, but I think, good Lord, man, you need a life. But he's just been invaluable to me because my staff sitting back there going, yeah, they don't have any idea what you don't know about technology. And I don't really care about technology. I just care I have someone that can help me. So that's what you need.
And one other option, we're a medium-sized city. I have 60,000 residents, and looking at census data, we lost about 1,500 residents. So that could ultimately lose a precinct for me. I could consolidate. I use my city engineering firm because we outsource it, and they're gonna do the GIS portion for me,
And when we get our precinct boundaries, if we're gonna consolidate like one or two together, I'm gonna give them the verbal descriptions and let them plot it out, make sure we did it correctly before we adopt it.
Just a quick clarification for, I know, because some cities asked about wards and districts. As Raymond said, your precincts are based on registered voters with that 2,999 limit. But for us, our wards, we have 2 representatives per ward. So just like whether it's your state house or US Congress, it is population based, not registered voters. So when we get our census numbers, that's why we change our wards, because all 5 wards, it should be as evenly as possible representing the exact same number of people. And in our 2011 plan, our Ward 1 was considerably larger after the 2010 census. And so that shifted all of the boundaries to reapportion the population evenly.
That's just an example of the street index listing, which I'm sure you are already very familiar with. Let's move on to our next topic is site selection.
And I don't know if you can see it, but that street index listing, I think this is from Mary.
It is.
It's hand notes, which if anybody did 2010, we've all done. You're literally forwarding these printed street indexes back to the BOE with the changes.
Yes, so because it's an alpha list, you're going through and putting the new, your new data in, your jurisdiction, your school. So this is just one of, I don't know how many pages, lots. So I want to talk about site selection. I'm a strong advocate for the bill, which I talked earlier about, of giving us more options. It's a priority for us. We're not getting a lot of traction on it. And I talked briefly to the secretary before she left, and it appears the governor's not excited about that bill. So I'll be reaching out to the governor's office to try to get a better understanding of what their issues are, so that if it's possible for us to work on something that they would approve, we can get that. I happen to be a township that is struggling with all of our, for those of you who have been to us, we're very close to Lansing. We're like a quote unquote suburb of Lansing. And we had a lot of farmland to the west. And that is where all of the development is coming from. And I should have mentioned this when you look at, when you're doing your lines. We are in the process of doing a new wastewater treatment plant, and Eagle requires us to do growth projections. So I took that map from our engineering department and looking at the projections that are anticipated, and look at those, which ones do I know are going to happen in the next 5 years? Which ones are we in the process? We've already approved a site plan for, or whatever, to know that growth is coming. And it actually will tell me how many households are projected to be in any particular plot of land. And that can really help you plan for your growth, because you can't do this in a vacuum. This works today, but you could have something very, very different tomorrow. And my challenge is all of my growth is going west, and I have virtually one polling site west of the highway. And I have all of these people that drive a mile or more for their 2 miles, some of them, to get to a polling site. That is not the ideal world. People don't understand why it's that way, but the reality is we are limited where we can place something. Neither of my major school districts allow precincts, and haven't for lots of years. And it will continue to be a problem as more and more schools start offering year-round. Then it's not just about giving up election day in November. It's about giving up other times also. So it's a challenge. There, chapter 14, get your election manual out, print it, read it, understand it. Because as you pick, there are, you have to have a handicap accessible site. There's a lot of things that go into, there are places I could use but really aren't handicap accessible. So you've got to look at all of that. And I have people that complain about having to vote in a church. They don't like that they have to go to a church in a religious facility. They're atheist or whatever reason that they don't want to vote in a church. My only resolution for them is that you vote absentee because I don't have any place else. So I sit down and show them a map. I have no place to move this precinct that's acceptable by law.
Mary, if I could just chime in, and if you're not, obviously your first priority is to not have a split, but if you're not working along a split line and you're just trying to balance your precincts within your city or within a ward, is to be, and I think Jonathan talked about this in his presentation at a state level, but even at a local level, to be sensitive to neighborhoods. And my very first day as clerk, someone walked in the office and said, will you please change precinct 25 because I live right by the Ann Arbor Assembly of God, and for some reason the last clerk has me walking all the way to Angel Elementary. And it's just a constant, and you look at the map and she has a good point. So to the extent that you're not splitting a neighborhood in half, and this is where everyone goes to this elementary school, but I got stuck, a mile down the road at the community center or whatever it is. But of course, top priority would be no splits. But to the extent, think about where's the polling place and where's the boundary. That would just eliminate those complaints, especially if you're moving things.
And it's difficult because you're between a rock and a hard place. Do you move everybody a little bit down the line so everybody's is voting outside their precinct boundary? Or do you have people in their precinct boundaries where you can, and then have other people drive twice the distance? It's a challenge, and you have to really think about, reevaluate, not just where you are now, but what are your possibilities in your community for precincts? What would you do if I had a church cell and I still have a precinct floating around? I've moved them. I've had to notify them the last 2 elections. The church is gone. It's going to become a funeral parlor, and it won't be laid out. No pun intended. But it won't be appropriate to be used again for lots of reasons. It's illegal, number 1, but number 2, even the space wouldn't work. So so I'm still looking for a home for that precinct. And redistricting will maybe get me to move the lines, allow me to move the lines a little bit, that I can actually move them east instead of west or whatever. But you have to look at all of those problems.
And if you're struggling with the public schools, because they're ideal in the sense that they're neighborhood based, especially the elementary school. So obviously you're trying to create neighborhood precincts, and there's a neighborhood elementary school. For us, that's the vast majority of our precincts. If you have a relationship with your school, then you can do it. At the time they're negotiating their teacher contract, we've had it in Ann Arbor for decades, I think, that general election day is a teacher and service day. So there's no kids in school. It's like a training day. So that's a suggestion, especially with increased concerns about safety in elementary schools, that you can work with your local district to make the general November election a school day off. That helps in terms of finding precincts.
There's one other thing we've done with that as well, because of student safety. We've offered to pay for their security guards for that day. They hire them, they meet their school requirements,
And then we pick up the bill because we can't pay a school building for rent, so we pay for their security guards.
And I'm starting to find more and more cleaning fees, not a rental, but a cleaning fee for precincts. Or snow plowing, we're getting more, and they don't normally plow and have it clean, and so I'm getting a plow bill for election day when they might not have to plow it, by the following Sunday. So it's just, it's just, we're in interesting times and everybody has some financial constraints. And we're going to churches, and if you're in churches, you have issues that are different than if you're in a school building. So this is just a sample of the change form. When you do a precinct, so you'll have, I don't know if they're gonna look exactly like that. In 2011, no animosity here towards VOE, but we finally caved to the pressure to renumber our precincts because we were not 1 through 16. We attached our precinct numbers to our county commission seats. And so we had 43 and we did 2 and we had all of these things. And so we renumbered even boundaries. So everybody, even if the boundary didn't move, they got a new precinct number. So every person got a new voter ID card in 2011. So that's what ours, that was just where we did that for the change form. And there's a sample of the resolution on the left, and on the right is the beginning of the verbal, the verbiage for not a legal description, but the verbiage for your precinct boundaries. And so you can see they're very specific. So if you've not done this, it will be helpful for you to find these documents from 2011 so that you can look at them and then start knowing what you're going to be dealing with. And if you don't have changes, then you've got a little bit easier role.
And if you don't think you have descriptions, check with your county clerk, but you should have a description similar to these of every precinct.
There was one thing that I wanted to mention during the site selection, and that we're all facing, a reduced number of places to hold elections. We've been, especially during the pandemic, it worked out to use the fire station truck bays. Just got the fire department's permission and moved the trucks out of the bay, and we had the voters in the truck bay, so there was a lot of space.
Remember that parking is also an issue in any place that you do a site selection for your precinct. You have to be able, the parking has to be able to accommodate what you're putting there in terms of volume of voters. And you can kind of weigh the permanent AB list. Mine is 3 times larger than it was pre-Prop 3. So it lets me, for example, stay in a site that I thought we were going to have to abandon. We're splitting it, but it has a small parking lot. So by splitting it and having higher AV numbers, we're likely going to be able to stay there.
So now we're going to move on to budgeting, because we always have to think about the bottom line. And in 2011, when we did redistricting, it cost my city about $9,000 for redistricting. This year, I'm projecting about $19,000 because I have 50,000 registered voters, and the law says if we change any district number, even if nothing else changes, but your Congress, your state Senate, your state rep, every voter has to get a new ID card, active and inactive, right? Every voter gets a new ID card. So think if you're mailing postcards, it's 35 cents. You're gonna look at your staff time. I know we think that doesn't factor into our budget, but we're gonna have to look at all the districts, see if our street index matches. I use an outside engineering firm, so the cost of the city engineers. Then we're gonna get it all back from the SOS and BOE, and we're gonna proof it again before we do ID cards. So the new identification cards, Jackie, if you would switch slides, you're gonna have some options. Some cards may just have new district numbers, and there's one of the samples. And then in 2011, when I did it, I had some precincts that I had to renumber because we consolidated. So there were 3 different versions of cards. One just said due to redistricting, and then we could dump those precincts to the vendor to have them just print these that said your district numbers changed after the census. Here's your new ID card. The other said your precinct number changed. The third set of cards said, not only did redistricting happening, but we moved you. So we had 3 versions of cards. And we did that, and I used a vendor because too many voters for us to print in-house. And when you're calculating your cost and thinking and doing the comparison of, do I use a vendor or am I gonna save my township or city money and do it all in-house? Well, think of how much toner and staff time. And if you go on, I think there's a draft budget out there for a community. So we figured out it would take my staff 75 hours to print 50,000 ID cards. They probably burn up at least 1 toner if we were to do the data imprint in-house. Then taking them to the post office, even if we bought the cards with the postal permit, it would take my building maintenance staff, 2 of them, to take 50,000 ID cards, stand at the post office for several hours because the post office bulk area is downsized as well, and you gotta wait for them. So we did a file calculation of how much that's gonna cost us, then compared to postage, the cost for first class postage over stamping if you're a smaller jurisdiction and maybe don't have a postal permit, or the vendor doing it for me and doing it at 19 or 20 cents compared to 35 cents for mailing. And when you cost justify those costs and then map drawings, purchasing new maps is to be taken into consideration. And then did you move a precinct? Then you need new signage. The cost of, we use a single corrugated sign on an H-frame, and we buy signs for $100 a precinct. And we would put them up after redistricting at the old building locations as well as the new. So one of the things when you're calculating your cost and your budgets is to look at, I know we all think we're saving our community money, but overall, when you really cost justify of mailing first class, we have to mail them first class, but we get to use those nonprofit election permits, or at least use the bulk route mailing permit to mail at a cheaper cost for us. So you have options with your printer. Have them just buy your stock from them. Imprint yourself if you're a small jurisdiction, maybe a valid option. Thinking of my deputy said in their community they don't have a postage machine, so she goes by stamps, or used to go by stamps when she worked in a really small township. So she would go to the post office, get a postage, check for postage, go to the post office, get stamps, stamp all the ID cards, and that may be several hundred for you, but it could be thousands as well. So using the printer, seeing if your county will offer to help with using their maybe bulk permit for mailing your identification cards would be an option.
I want just to point out that there are a limited number of state certified vendors.
Yeah.
And if you think about, there are 1,560, something like that, clerks in the state of Michigan. And everybody has to mail new cards. So what's that likelihood that you're gonna not get yours immediately? So get your thoughts lined up and be prepared for you're in more of a pickle if you have a May election. And if you know, like right now, I know I have a 50-50 chance of having a May election. I'm gonna be back working really hard to get that thought off the table, but I may not be successful. So It's just with redistricting, that really poses a giant problem. It's bigger than I thought it was because I was going by the thought that we really would be done with this before December 31st. So it was something funny in my coffee.
That's a good reminder about doing, whatever printer you use. Like, I was talking to the printer I use PSI. In Macomb County, we use PSI. So I called Mark Stevens yesterday and said, so have you thought about redistricting and what kind of timelines or anything? And he went, oh, I hadn't thought about, he said, oh, that's right, that's happening this coming year. So we will get our order in early. We may not know the exact ID card or what verbiage I want off to the side, but we will place an order so he can do our basic layout on 51,000 identification cards to mail. And then we may change the verbiage on several different versions based on what redistricting does for us. So they're approved and all we're changing is the side verbiage. So our order's in and they may have done so much of it or he's ready with layouts to just print.
I guess I just want to emphasize that this impacts everybody. Even if you are a small district, chances are every single voter is going to need a new card. As both Marys mentioned, even if the number changes, even if all the people stay in the same district, that district number might change, and it will change because of our congressional districts going from 14 to 13. So get your budget calculation done and ask for your budget amendment to your board or council.
Yes, we're in the process of adopting, we're on a calendar year budget. So I don't remember, but it's been a while since I did my budget, if I remembered the postage for this. So I'm gonna go back and look, have a conversation with whoever's doing budgeting with you and make sure that you're prepared for this for next year.
You're going to have to also remember the budget for the posters that you have to get back for the mail too.
What Debbie said is you're gonna have to also mail budget for postage for when all those IDs come back undeliverable, then you have to do the next phase for cancellations and that extra mailing postage for phase 2 of when ID cards come back as undeliverable. As part of that.
Just remember though, as Jonathan said, you get to clean up your voter roll. Gotta find the happy in there.
So next we're gonna talk about community education. And this is the sooner you start engaging your community, and this would include your boards and city councils, as well as the general public on what you're doing, what redistricting is, and especially if you're moving any kind of district boundaries. So things that you can do, press releases, now social media. A lot of these tools weren't as prevalent in the municipal world a decade ago. So if you have a Facebook page or a Twitter account, but make sure the public, before you get too far along, is engaged in the process and what you're doing. I'll say from my own experience in the 2011 redistricting, we worked with our GIS department simply as a staff, just doing the minimum tweaks that we needed to do to our wards. And then we held a working session of our city council and they didn't like the tweaks. So they sent us back and said, we think that the boundaries should be changed more, here versus there. So a lesson for us was that we typically engage interested council members before we take on a project like this. Also community outreach, this could be the League of Women Voters. They're often eager to have forums. We did a partnership with the Ann Arbor District Library in 2011. And we had at that event, the county clerk also presented the county commissioner plan and the city presented the city plan. So that will, if you engage your public early and before you go too far in your work, this is more, less about precincts and more if you have wards and districts, but
even, like I said, a precinct polling location change can end up, giving you some heartache if it's not popular with the people affected. So any kind of outreach that you can do just makes, your community feel like they're part of the process instead of it's just being, forced on them. And then certainly if you do a press release, if you have, whether it's an online publication or a printed paper, if your local media works with your city or township and picks it up, often they do better than we do at getting the message out. So certainly if you have any kind of local publication, can be very useful in getting your message out. And of course, you've sent by law an ID card to every voter, but that doesn't mean that on election day, they won't say, no one told me, and I didn't know, and I've always voted at the church, and now you're telling me to go to the fire station, and why wasn't I informed? So, yep, you got a postcard or a voter ID card in the mail, but any other outreach you can do to let people know these things are happening will only help you. And of course, your own website as well. So this is one that we found, it's actually from out of state, but there's no sense in like every time we're all sitting here and we all invent our own press release and our own publications, and you can just steal something that someone else already did, and that's perfectly fine. So we circled this section that we thought was a nice piece for a press release, just noting, so then the media will hopefully pick up that press release that all active registered voters are going to receive an updated voter ID card in the mail. So you just keep reiterating the message that things are changing, how you're going to vote this year. And then this is a copy of what we did in 2011 through a partnership with the library. And curiously, you see the date of June 16th. So kind of going back a decade ago and remembering what we did was a bit of a panic because we were done by this point. But it is what it is in terms of we didn't get the census numbers and the data. So we're all in a bit of a crunch, but don't let that impact your outreach to your community. So things were quite a few months earlier, 10 years ago, but you still have the opportunity to engage, whether it's the library, the League of Women Voters, your schools. Most of these organizations are more than willing to partner and have these types of events. So this was part of a presentation that we did, both presented to the public through our council working sessions, as well as a forum at the library. And this just reminded me to, especially if you're a home rule city, to check your charter when you're making changes to your wards or districts. For us, it's very much defined what our wards look like, and they're for Ann Arbor, they're pie-shaped coming out of the center of the city. That's probably not typical. For us, that's due in large part to being a university town, so that the university and the downtown are represented by all council members. But your city may be entirely different, and your charter may have rules before you start moving districts, especially if you're new and you haven't done this before. So check your charter. For us, this was part of our PR campaign to let the public know, why did you draw the lines like this? Why are they strangely shaped? Well, according to the city charter, it's supposed to look like a piece of pie. I know Melanie said it's weird, but it has the effect of the downtown being the focus as well as the university. So nobody's the like, I'm the U of M council member. Everyone is. Or I'm the downtown council member. But every city is different. So then the other thing that was, this is just good information to share. Again, feel free to copy. When we presented both to our council as well as the public, what are the next steps? So we created these maps, we created a plan, like what do we do next? So you want to make sure that they're aware and also that you're following the steps. So for us, the wards are part of our city code. So it was actually an ordinance amendment to change the wards, whereas the state pointed out, your election commission can create a precinct boundary and your city council or township board can assign a polling location. But your charter may dictate something different if you have wards or districts. And again, like I said, we were quite a bit earlier back then, and so we actually implemented our ward boundaries in advance of our city election in 2011, and obviously we won't be doing that this time around.
So we talked on some of this about what can I do now? And that is, I want to go back, I cannot reiterate enough. Go on to, well, we have a resource back here, I think there's 3 different sites. And I said, we're using Dave's Redistricting, but get on one of them and look, it will have your, you can compare your 2010 to your 2020 data, and it breaks it down by ethnicity and everything. So you can, I mean, I can't even tell you how much data there is there of interest. And you can have different reasons. The county is supposed to draw their lines. I wish Jonathan was still here to confirm, or maybe somebody can. It's my understanding that they should not have more than a 6% variance, 6% higher, 6% lower, when you look at all of the county commission seats. And you can, I mean, you also have to kind of do your boundary lines based on where you're gonna put your precinct. What is your precinct capacity? So it's not that simple, and we're not bound to that 6%. What you're wanna use and what you're bound to logically is what can a site accommodate? What is reasonable? And then you're gonna need to make your boundaries based, getting you a number of what you think is realistic. But review the maps, know your lines now, start looking at your data. Even if you don't have your county commission information, you know roughly what you're working with. You know, did I gain, did I lose? And as it's already been said to you, because we're losing a congressional district, all of the congressional lines in the state of Michigan are going to be drawn new, which means all of the House district lines and all the Senate district lines. So the Redistricting Commission started with the Senate lines, then they went to the House district lines. They're working their way through the state geographically now. Then they're doing they're basically 3 House districts make up a Senate district population-wise as a rule of thumb. So each Senate district has 3 House districts in it. So the Senate districts are done, and they're working on House districts now. That information will also help you with your splits, because they've got some maps out there. They're not in concrete, but you can be flexible and you can start looking at what you want, what might be logical for your lines to be based on the current proposal. And they're still having hearings, but there's that. But find, like I said, go back and find your precinct boundary descriptions that you have now. So if you aren't changing boundaries for some of your precincts, you already have that work done. Just double check it and make sure. Mark your calendars, get those dates, know your drop dead date. I'm telling you, wild horses could not make me wait till April 4th. I mean, only someone mildly certifiable is going to wait till April 4th. Let's be serious, you guys. I mean, you're creating, you think that there's the whole thought of it is stressful? Put yourself on April 4th and you're just now doing your thing. It's not a good plan. Can I just say, it's not a good plan. So we spent Christmas vacation in 2011 doing ours because we had to be done by December 31st. So don't plan any trips. You don't want to go anywhere anyway. You can't get a passport for 5 months. And there's COVID everywhere. So just go to work and do your stuff, okay? You're gonna be doing new precinct maps, but know what your precinct maps are. There's, Jack is gonna show you, there's another precinct. I had gave you, one of mine just showed it like a sheet of this. This is like a good one. I love this format that here, that St. Clair Shores has, because it has the precinct number, the description, the polling place, the address, and the school district by word. So it's really, really clear. I love that. So we're gonna be incorporating that staff. And your street is just another example of street index. And then here's this piece, and you're gonna get this, you'll be able to get this, hopefully, after you're on vacation. I'll have to see if Tara can get this, on her webpage. You can get it on the webpage. Yeah, give us a day or two, but all of this is here. But it's the Dave's redistricting is that first under free mapping tools, the DRA 2020. And like I said, they have the 2010 information, so you can look at what you have now and then what 2020 does to you. So all the resources are there. I don't know if people have other things to add to that. But I'm just telling, please don't wait. Please don't wait.
There is one quick thing, if you're changing your precinct boundaries, or even if you're just renumbering, remember with your written descriptions, I found over the years, and maybe it won't hit as much because of technology upgrades, but we always kept track of our old numbers because we would get through one election or the new information and they say, well, what was the old district boundaries? Or what was the old precinct number? Because I want to look at election statistics and see how those precincts voted. Was it more Republican vote or more Democratic vote for candidates getting ready to run for office? The one other thing, and we put it on the resource page, there is this really good brochure or bulletin from the EIC for first-time redistricting. It gives you where to start, and we included that as well. It's a really good tool to give you some starting points to read on, and you may not have anything but having to send out new ID cards, depending if you're, like I'm a more mature community, because St. Clair Shores has been around for a long time and it's all grown up and we don't have a lot of new commercial or residential homes going in. We have a lot of commercial, but not residential. So we're built up population wise. So they may split our precinct in a weird spot. And then we're gonna wanna redraw precinct lines. So part of that is take a breath and think and find those boundary descriptions, because boy, having to recreate those 22 years ago when I became clerk, we couldn't find the old precinct verbals and we rewrote them all, the first redistricting. So find them, look in your election commission minutes and ask your county clerk now.
So any final thoughts from the panel or questions from the audience?
Shelby from the city of Kalamazoo. I just wonder if the state's already gone, but has anyone put the post office on notice that this is happening? Our work is so dependent on them getting it right, and we all know that we've gotten those cards returned to us where we know someone is living there. We know that person is there, and then they're in our office saying, why did I get this, card, the return, the next follow-up card or whatever, you delivered that to me, but the post office couldn't get my ID card to me. So I just wonder if the post office has been put on notice that 7 million cards will be coming their way.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would encourage everyone. I guess we're blessed. We have a really good relationship with our post office. They're so incredibly accommodating to us, and I would definitely reach out as an individual and have a conversation with your postal drop site and just say, this is, coming up again. And next year's an election year, and we're gonna have the ballots that we always have, and that these are the 2 election days. However, we also have redistricting. So that's a good thought. I hadn't thought of that. Thank you.
So I have a question, as far as the legislation to increase the size of the precincts, do you think that that's going to occur so that we can use that to?
I just found out the Secretary of State's office opposed the legislation in testimony.
Today. Okay, so basically, we're just gonna say 3,000.
So I am gonna reach out, for the rationale. Because what I got texted to me doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know if that's I don't know if that's their history, that was their testimony, so I'm not sure. I'll call Chris Swope, who was there, and try to get some clarity from him, and I will be reaching out to Jonathan.
That could be really helpful to us when we're.
Well, that's why I spent flipping weeks and weeks trying to get the bill moved. Because I have said, we need it now for redistricting. It doesn't do us any good next April or next December or whatever. We need it now. And I know that Senator McBroom is not, Ruth Johnson opposes it. Senator Johnson opposes everything about it. She doesn't think it's necessary. She doesn't think it's good. Senator McBroom is open to conversation and wants to have a conversation. I had sent him an email trying to explain it, but it's always better face-to-face where we can actually, I hate trying to have a conversation via email. It's not a conversation, it's a sharing of dictionary words. It's not the same thing as being able to sit with someone and actually have a discussion. So I will be reaching out to sit down with the Republican policy staff and Senator McBroom's policy staffer to try to explain why it's so important to us and for them to please have faith that none of us are on a suicide mission. We're not going to make a decision that is disastrous for our communities because I've told them before, the vast majority of clerks are elected. 1,240 of us or something like that are township clerks and we're elected. And a handful of city clerks are elected. We do have a self-preservation kind of naturally instinct in our bodies, and we're not going to do something that endangers us and our community and our jobs and our reputation and our ethics and on and on and on. So I got my work cut out for me next week to see if we can resurrect this. But like I said, I know that Senator Johnson, so if anyone has a good relationship with Senator Johnson, having a conversation would be really helpful. That's all. I mean, I was sitting over there when I got the text and I am like, are you kidding me?
Great, thanks.
If I could comment on the post office question. There you are. I assume you're using the green tags if you're using the media mail or marketing mail. So the green tags that say it's election mail give you top priority for getting them delivered. And the post office, it's my understanding they have updated their first class standards and they're now saying, or they're going to be saying 3 to 5 days, which just matches what we've all said anyway. But if they're officially stating that first class mail is no longer the 1 to 3 days. And then in terms of the addressing, information that we receive from the post office is if in particular apartment numbers, a lot of times they won't deliver if it's 123 Main Street and there's 300 apartments. they need that apartment number. Or maybe more, so if it's a duplex, they won't even deliver if they didn't put number 1 or number 2. So the feedback we get is make sure your addresses are accurate.
Any other questions, observations, advice? Because we're not the only 4 that have done this before. So any of you other clerks or deputies that have been through this, if there's something that we haven't thought of, please go to the mic and share your wealth of knowledge. We'll just all benefit from it. Remember, we have that theme, we are one. You all just want to go home. So it's 4:20. I'll put up the white flag.
So everybody's perfectly comfortable with all the work they have ahead of them. They're all gonna go out to buy bottles of whiskey and Xanax now. She said procrastinators are living in fear. No questions at all. Let's give a round of applause for our We really hope that you found some of this, or not all of this information very interesting. We hope you got some tips out of it, and we hope that they kind of got the gerbils going so that you can go back to your office and start prepping, because time is of the essence. So I have a few certificates up here, just last minute things. Brenda Butler Chandler, I have your certificate up here. Michael Seacrest, Craig Bragg, and Andy Kuhn. So before you leave, stop by and see me.
What she has is we forgot to hand out your Clerk of the Year certificate from MAMC.
Oh,
you got your plaque from the state, you got your little trophy from us, but we didn't give you the certificate.
Yeah, signed by Madam President Clerk. Okay. Thank you all for attending today. We hope you enjoyed your day. It was a little bit different. We don't normally have Cody during a free education day. We don't normally have lunch during free ed day. So this is a little bit different, but we appreciate all your patience. We thank GCSI, Tara and Taylor. They are amazing. There's no way that the board would be able to do. They support the board and MAMC so much. There's no way that we could do what we do and provide what we provide to you without them. And then, of course, thank you to the hotel staff. They have been gracious today. So without further ado, you are dismissed, and thank you very much.
Ladies, we'll see you soon. There you go.